in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh boy, it's so slow, so slow. Now, first things first for Dan, we're gonna go ahead and get the wooden chuck. It's the best thing we have right now. Plus 12 offense, I believe, for that. Just not a lot, but it's something. Wood armor as well for defense. We will outgrow both of these pretty fast, but for right now, it helps out quite a bit for Dan's survivability and for our offensive combat capabilities here. And that's pretty much it for weapons and armor. No spells in this game, of course. So we're going to swing on over next, if this guy will get out of the way, to the item shop, so that we can buy a whole bunch of heal potions. One at a time, might I add you. Each heal potion individually. Hand signed and numbered. Wrapped in a loving fashion. And then thrown into a backpack. Willy-nilly by Dan. Hey there, Magic Alex. I gifted a whole bunch of subs out in celebration of my version of September. I didn't think that Twitch's was big enough, and so I'm giving away a whole bunch of subs instead. So take it, enjoy the show, and hope you enjoy the emotes there. No dummy items? That's probably true. I guess I'll have to have them run away from battle here. I could think about this for killing them off more easily. What I can get is a, just anything in their inventory, like it could be even cloth armor. And then we'll use that every round so that they're able to pass their turns. So yeah. I can get 2 wooden staves at least. That'll be something. There's one for you, and one for you. Oh, don't worry, you'll get used to this slow walk after a while. It'll feel nice and speedy within a couple hours. Alright, so you're gonna pass, you're gonna pass, you're gonna try and fail to run, and Dan is gonna pass as well. And we just need these black belts to get slowly whittled down here. Unfortunately, their dodging is seriously on point here. Hey there, Lapster Kitty, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day here. And Dan's the one that get punched. Come on, Dan. You can do better than that. Did the Season 1 winner end up with a double bingo? The Season 2 winner had a double bingo at the end. Season 3, of course, you did for that one as well. Season 1, I don't think we even had bingo for Fantasy Final Fantasy. That predates our Fantasy Final Fantasy bingo adventures. That is how long ago Season 1 was. Why are these black belts so hard to kill? They're impossible to kill. They're impossible. Just a little bit of damage here on a couple of people. I can't believe Dan's already been hit twice. He's in the back. He's supposed to have the lowest chance of being targeted by physical attacks. But no, these imps know the true threat here. They know who is responsible for their impending doom. There we go, first black belt out of the way. This will significantly speed up my progress as well in future battles, because I'll be able to stack the front 2 slots with non-Dans. And so Dan will be even less likely to be targeted during that. Quit hitting my Dan! There we go. Alright, down to 2 characters here. Now Dan's in trouble. Dan's in trouble. Okay. Still need to get Neep killed off here, but that's at least some good progress. And I do have heal potions that I purchased, which allows me to do this. Let's get our next imp battle here. We have just a little bit more black belt to whittle down, then it'll be Dan's turn to shine. I don't want Dan to punch at all until we have successfully cleared out the rest of the team here. I can just give Neep the wooden staff off one of these guys. Then we can have them both pass here. I'm not a big fan of 5 imps for this first fight. Let's see, can we make it happen? Dan, go to town. Dan versus the imp. Terminate it. We got one down. We got our first imp kill. Only need to get 67,000 more imps to get to a reasonable level to take on our first fight against Astos. Also going to be very daring here. Let's see if Dan can survive another round. No, Dan, why are you missing so much? Why are you missing like this? I know why. It's because the wooden salami sticks are so delicious. Dan keeps eating them. We have no salamis left in order to hit the imps with. Two imps to go. He'll be safe. Good thing I got that heal potion queued up. Alright, Dan, you can do this. You can do this! 1 imp to go. And this is the same as killing 20 imps in the base game, because we're getting 4 times as much experience thanks to Dan not having to share his experience with anybody else. So there we go. Almost enough experience for level 2. But not quite yet. We're still level 1. And we will not need these wooden staves anymore. There's 1, 2, and just to view this wonderful statement, Dan has saved the day and also the game. I need 5 imps to get my cash here. We're gonna raise everyone's stance to a reasonable level? Nope. This is a solo black belt challenge. There is no black belt but Dan. He is the only one for this job. The only one that was willing to sign up for this dangerous task. Hey there, Solar Axis. When are we gonna do the Solo Thief? It'll be a while, but I thank you anyway for the resubscription there. Hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Possibly even a Solo Thief at some future year. It would be a really long time to do that. But one day perhaps we will. Hey there, Carthage Pro, welcome in. And Escobar67, welcome in as well. Hope you're both having wonderful evenings here. And are ready to celebrate Dan getting level 2. That's right, Dan is no longer a level 1 black belt. He has doubled his levels, if not more. It's not more, but he has at least doubled his levels. Hey there, Ringing Steel. Now, the good news is that the black belt does have pretty phenomenal growth in most stats. Your strength is going up pretty quickly. Your HP is going up pretty fast as well. He's not quite as good of a fighter in the early game. you'll definitely notice the fighter would have a way easier time getting this started, because you'd be taking almost no damage from the imps. You'd be just shrugging off a lot of this stuff. But in time, the Black Belt is, in fact, the most powerful class in Final Fantasy. And at least by like level 15 or so, you're getting pretty darn good. You'll see the potential. Solo Thief should have an inventory full of cat claws and steel armor. I don't know, we might do that for Solo Black Belt. What if we got everybody a cat claw and everybody a steel armor by the end of this game? I'm not sure if I can afford that, but I will try. I will do my best to load up with those. There's literally nothing to spend money on. Like, I will buy a pro ring for 20,000 gold in a really long time from now. And other than that, like, a lot of heal potions. I'll buy a lot of heal potions. Am I gonna buy a silver bracelet? No, because I don't have a ribbon at that point, so there's no point in putting armor on the black belt if you already have at least 15 defense. If I am level 15 by the time that we get to Melmond, and it's possible, I don't know what level Astos is going to be doable by that, but I guess around level 15 or so. So I'm thinking that silver never becomes useful, and we get a gold bracelet for free in Ordeals. So I might end up just not buying any armor ever again after this point. Am I gonna buy the steel armor? Okay, I'll buy some armor. Not good armor, but I will get something. Am I just making an excuse to have Dan be punched over and over again for hours at a time? Possibly. That is possibly what's going on. Hey there, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here and are ready for some very cozy Final Fantasy tonight. 46 more experience, that's 2 battles. Let me go ahead and grab an inn here. That way I'm not as worried about having anybody die, aka the Dan, because we have got nobody else besides Dan here. It is just Dan and Dan alone that must get the job done. Grimps. Let's see how much damage these things do. Oh, they do a lot. They do a lot of damage. Grimp is much scarier than Imp was. That was a good miss there, but will it be enough? Yes, we got him. We got the Grimps. Hey, nice. That's about the same amount of experience as 5 imps would be. I'll take that. It was a lot scarier and a lot more damage than 5 imps, but I will still give him credit. Decent fight there, Grimp. You tried hard. Now, as for when do you actually switch to punching, against Garland, you want to keep the current item on, which is the wooden nunchuck. It's because Garland's got defense, and so it'd take a while before your fists would outdo it. If you're fighting like a wolf, though, who has no defense, then one more level, which we're going to get pretty soon, is about where you got a break-even point between your fists and the wooden nunchuck. And the fist might even be argued to be slightly better because you would have, on average, slightly higher damage. Like, if you hit both times, great. If you hit one time, which is not possible with the nunchuck, but is possible with your fist, then you could potentially get a little bit of a bonus on top of that. I guess that's true. I shouldn't knock 6 experience at this point. That is an entire imp worth of XP that we got as a little bit of a side benefit for doing that grim fight. That black belts didn't get extra damages or extra attacks for a while, so if you have bare hands as a black belt, you will always get double your number of base attacks. That stacks with fast. So with fast, you would get crazy numbers of attacks. But even right now, level 1, if you had a fist, you'd have 2 attacks per round. And in a couple levels, when you get your second base attack, that actually is 4 times that you punch per round. Because you got 2 hands. You can punch twice as often as you can swing a weapon. Alright, 271 more experience to go. That is like 45 more imps. We need, actually, 46 more imps of experience. It's 45 plus 1. Not quite enough for 45 imps to get the job done, but soon we will have our next level, and I'll probably do Garland at that point. I believe. I don't know why I believe this, but I believe that we might be able to take Garland out at level 4. And certainly we're doing much better against these Grimps now that we got that level up right there. Able to one-shot them instead of two-shot them. Nice quick 9 imps worth of experience. Measuring out golden ogres. It's actually not too bad for ogres. A silver sword is 20 ogres worth of gold. And 2 silver swords would be 40 ogres worth of gold. And you could probably do that in like, well, if you're manipulating the ogres, you could do that in like 20 minutes. If you're not manipulating the ogres, yeah, it'll take a long time. You probably would be better off at doing a Kaizoku grind if you want to cash. Just because you were sick, Shaywolf, doesn't mean that you weren't doing encounter manipulation. I'm trying not to be judgmental here. How do you manipulate ogres? Alright, so the way that the encounter system works is that there is a predetermined number of steps before your next fight takes place. And when you get that battle, based on what zone you're in, which is either a square of the overworld or a floor of a dungeon, you'll know a template for the formation. So for example, if you're in the zone south of Provoca, and the next encounter is going to be an ogre fight, you'll have 1 to 2 ogres, but you don't know whether you're going to get 1 or 2 until the battle actually starts. But everything else besides that is predetermined. So as long as you know how many steps to take and what zone to be standing in, you can get what seems to be impossibly good luck on getting better encounters than you would think possible. Now, you can't just get anything you want, because there's no guarantee that there is any zone, much less a zone nearby, that has the particular fight that you want. And so you might still have to be skipping battles or delaying or finding alternative ones. But like when I do speedruns of this game, and I want to get ogres to get my first couple levels, I will get probably about 80% of the battles around Provoca be ogres. And that allows you to very quickly get a lot of experience in gold compared to doing the less good fights like creeps or wolves or other miscellaneous small monsters. No way to manipulate to fight Wormek whenever I want. Well, I can fight Wormek whenever I want to go in there, or not fight Wormek as the case may be. It just takes a little bit of time for the setup. We did the solo Red Mage. After I beat the game, I went back to kill Wormek, and each try was like maybe 5 minutes of setup, and then 5 or so minutes of walking up to Wormek to see if we could win. We got him like third try, so it wasn't like an excessively crazy amount of time. But you still had to do a little bit of work for the setup. You couldn't just walk in there and wing it from the rest of the way through. Why am I elevating Dan to this level? Dan has done so well. He participated, or at least was selected, to every single game of Final Fantasy Season 3. Like, that is an impressive streak of Light Warrior selections. Like, few people had more than like 2 or 3 times they made the team. Dan made the team like 35 times. Also, we enjoy punching Dan in the face a lot. That is pretty entertaining, you gotta admit. Is there a place to learn the step count? So the data tables for how many steps are between encounters can be found on Taz videos. And they're a little bit hard to interpret, but once you kind of figure them out. And the best way to do it is just to be like, I'm going to make a guess about how many steps I need. And if you're wrong with your guess, figure out why you were wrong until you understand exactly how the computations work. But basically all the data is there. And it was used for planning out toolset speedruns of Final Fantasy back in the day. And so now, for real-time runs, you're usually planning around in advance, but you're doing a lot more on-the-fly guesswork based on what you can figure out in terms of, here's upcoming fights that I need to prepare for, and then hopefully you don't get completely wrecked by the randomness aspects of the game itself. Unlike Dan, who's getting completely wrecked by those grips. That's why we saved, though. Because Dan. What do you think about the odds of attachment on this run? I would say it's really tough to get attached when Dan's involved. He's got some issues. Most of them involve dying. The other ones also involve dying. And that was 10 imps worth of experience. Let's see if we can go ahead and carry that out. Now, I do have enough money for an in trip here, so I am safe. Making sure that that works out there. Do I keep stats on my runs? So I've got records of all the fantasy Final Fantasy games because the bot records them for me. But for like speedruns, mostly the things that I keep track of are just what my splits look like over time. And it's kind of questionable even doing that for Final Fantasy because there's so much variation. Like you might have a split which is like, alright, kill this boss and then kill that boss. But at some point, you need to buy, let's say, I don't know, 99 heal potions, and that takes a couple minutes. Now, do you buy those 99 heal potions in the first split? In the second split, do you merge them across the splits? Like you buy 40 and then you buy 60? Like, there's like a lot of discretion involved in when certain things happen. And so as a result, your splits are like kind of, if not entirely arbitrary, for where some events take place. And that means that it is hard to say like what is your best time based on the splits because, well, you have to buy the potions sometime. But one split, your best time was not buying the potions. The other split, your best time was not buying the potions. And you can't just put those two together. The step counter not increment on non-encounter tiles. That's correct. So if you can't get an encounter on that square, it does not advance the step count at all. So there's no way to skip past encounters. Well, there is one way, but you can't use it after a certain point in the game. And it's a little bit awkward to set up. Hey there, Wild Roger, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Is Dan insurable? Dan is insured for a half Agama worth of Agama bucks. Turns out that is not actually worth anything because Agama bucks are just a made-up currency. But it was the only insurance policy that we could get for him. Dan's gonna solo this game? Well, I don't know if I would confidently say he's going to solo this game, but we will finish without having any other characters be alive. I can definitely say that for sure. So I know there's a Dragon Quest IV randomizer. Yes, I have played the Dragon Quest IV randomizer. It's pretty decent, although a bit glitchy. Like, you might get used to the fact that Final Fantasy has got a really, like, stable randomizer that works very nicely, doesn't break the game all the time. Other games, the randomizers are a little bit less polished, and so they can still be really fun to play, but they might also be a fun, glitchy, crashing mess. Dragon Warrior 4 is in the fun mess part. Dan, why do you have to miss like this? Why do you have to make everything so dramatic? There we go. Imps are down. One more set of imps out of the way. Level 4 obtained. 95 health. 16 damage with the wooden salami sticks. 8 damage, so you'd break even with your fists there. Which is what we expect. However, for Garland, we want to do the more advanced base damage, and so we would look to have the wooden salami stick stay on for a little bit longer. I'm going to grab a couple of heal potions here, see if we can take out Garland. By couple, I mean one heal potion. That is all I'm going to have to work with. This could be rough. This could be tough. Dan is actually kind of buff. We do, in fact, have a very buff Dan here. Now, inside, how long would it take me to get 604 experience? That is 101 imps. That seems like a lot. So I feel like giving Garland a try would slightly make sense. I don't know if this will work, but we'll find out together if level 4 is enough to take out Garland here as a black belt. Taking the armor off help at this point. It will when I get up there. I mean, it's a very, very small amount of benefit, but it does benefit me. No, all this bone damage. I have been damaged by the bones. Try again. Too much damage to take on Garland. I could probably just take the wood armor off now. Save the pain. It's giving me 1.5% worse evasion scores having the wood armor on, and there's no difference in my defense now that we've hit in level 4. Alright, 5 imp ambush was less than ideal. We'll see what happens. Actually, you know what? Is there even any point to killing them? Is running going to be faster than doing this many imps? Probably. I bet Dan's legs, although they are broken, will eventually get us out of here. Yeah, 2 tries is not bad. I will take 2 tries. And Garland, let's see what this is like. It is probably gonna be a beatdown here. And I don't mean of Garland. Alright, we're doing about equal damage. That's actually a really good start, better than I expected. Alright, now Garland's doing a lot more damage. Dan wins that round. Oh, Garland really wins that round. He damaged me more than my heal potion helped. This is probably not a good sign. Go for it, Dan. Go for it. Dan is not going hard enough. I need Dan to go harder. Alright, we're in critical territory. I think that we're not quite strong enough to beat Garland here, but we're going to still give it a try. Might as well play this out and see what happens. We have 49 hit points. I think Garland's got more than that. Hey there, Nooster, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here as Dan gets punched mercilessly in the face. We're going to find out if he can successfully take out the Master Evil. Ooh, there's a good 20 hit by Dan. That was big. Come on, Dan, you can do this. You can... Ooh, you may not be able to do this. You might not be able to do this. He got him. Terminate it. Garland is dead. Grab that. No, there's an encounter. Why, Dan? Why? Dan did not successfully make it to the princess. Curse you, Dan. That was so close. That was so close. Should have potioned. I have no potions, Bisk. I cannot afford potions. I used all of them during the fight. Dan can't run again. Can't take too much damage or else you're starting at a really big disadvantage versus Garland. Alright, try number 2. Don't worry. We totally got this. We've learned from our lessons. All we have to do is punch Garland even harder. So we're pleased to see the results of Final Fantasy Season 3. If you look at yesterday's VOD, it'll have all of the season standings for it as well as the individual scores for the nights. And so if you just scroll to the very end, when we're reading things out, you'll be able to catch it in the chat. We got a really bad heal there. 16 is the worst heal you can get. 31 is the best. That's a 19. This is not helping. These heals are not helping. Kiten44, those are the helper. Thank you very much, Kiten, for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Last heal potion here. This one's looking pretty rough. We were in much better shape at our last heal potion in the previous attempt. Damn, with 2 misses. That wasn't just a single miss, that was a double miss, if not more. And Batora1701, thank you very much for those bits there. We'll put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, I am relieved that we will possibly not see it for many hours. Also, we will acquire a princess who has 1 bridge and 1 musical instrument here. Now, we have a little tiny bit of cash, still 474 experience points for our level up. I want to see if we can actually beat the pirates or not. The pirates, you're going to maybe not be shocked, but they will be extremely brutal here. We're going to have a tough time fighting the Provoca pirates. And I'm not joking, there's 9 pirates, they do a lot of damage when you don't have much armor. And so I gotta find some way of getting the experience that we need. One approach would be trying to get the monsters in Temple of Fiends. Thinking about, is that worth it? I need a tent to go up there. There's a couple of bad fights in Temple of Fiends. The bones are really good. The bones are pretty good. I can get the better fights up at the top as well. The problem is we still only have 4 defense, which is extremely dangerous for anything except for imps right now. You can also just kill like 95 imps and do it that way. You know what? I'm going to save the game. We'll start with that. How much are the weapons in Baroka? There are no weapons in Baroka for us. Our next weapon would be at Elfland, which is the Iron Chuck. That'd be the first time that we actually get anything useful. There's this wooden chuck here, and then there's the Iron Chuck and the Iron Staff in Elfland to go to. Yes, the black belt is a rough start. But that's what makes it fun, because after a while, you get a really, really big turnaround, and the black belt suddenly becomes really good. A bit scared of Mad Pony if he shows up. But I tried doing a little bit of fighting around this area to see if it's better. Actually, I should get 110 for safety. Get 110. So I can save my game in case things go badly. And then go for the more advanced monsters to the northwest. Could also, ooh. Will I be able to survive a run to Matoya's cave? I mean, it's just heal potions and pure potions, so I guess it doesn't make a big difference overall. Yeah, Matoya's cave doesn't actually help me here. It's the equivalent of getting 195 gold. And that is not a large amount right now. What we need is levels. Lots and lots of levels. Crossover point for black belts doing better damage unarmed. So for the wooden nunchucks, level 3 is about the same. Level 4 to be like actually doing better damage unarmed. But that's against monsters with no defense. And as you can see here against imps, which have very little defense, the fists are doing about the same damage as the wooden nunchucks will. For the iron staff, it's level 7, and for the iron nunchucks, it's level 9. Those are the crossover points. And again, that's against monsters that have little to no defense. The monster has a lot of defense, and it always favors the weapon for more levels, because the weapon will have higher ability to penetrate through the monster's armor, even though you're giving up a couple of attacks per round in order to get that extra base damage. Much, much later in the game, when you have the Mazmune, its crossover levels, depending on what you're fighting, are between like level 26 and level 32. And so once you're into like the low 30s, you should pretty much only be using the fist forevermore. I don't think I can beat a creep. I think we're trying to beat a creep, because running is not working. Why did I think I could beat a creep? Okay, made it through that fight. You can see why this is tough. Two creeps! Even more dangerous here. I'm also intentionally not doing encounter manipulation or looking at what's coming ahead to make this more exciting. Alright, triple grip, we have a chance. We just gotta kill him efficiently. There's one Grimp down. Can a black belt equip a cap? I think that they equip caps and gloves, but I don't remember for certain. I believe that they can, though. I believe caps and gloves are universal. Hey there, Poser Cup, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here, and are ready for some Final Fantasy. There's my trip up there, got a Grimp fight. I think that wasn't much better than just punching the imps down in the south. At least the southern imps know how to take a punch. No, Dan! Alright, try again. Try again. We almost had a Mad Pony there. He's worth like 10 imps worth of experience. That would have been pretty good. These are worth 5 imps worth of experience. I don't think there's a reason to take an ambush, so let's try that again. Ready to see Dan kick some chaos? Well, it'll take a little bit of time. I don't want to get your expectations up quite yet because Dan currently is very, very, extremely awful. And also incredibly terrible. But in time, give him an opportunity to work on things, and then he'll become moderately okay. How many agamas is a mad pony worth? So I believe it is 0.02 agamas worth of experience for the mad pony. .04. That is lavish. I think you're getting some discount agamas. Either that or very expensive mad ponies. With the extra 3 defense from the cloth cap and gloves, justify the -4 to evasion. So you can wear wood armor as a black belt. That's 4 defense. And I had the wood armor up until we got level 4 here, which is when you actually have 4 base defense, and so you're actually breaking even. Versus being naked, and being naked is an advantage because you have more evasion. If you wanted to go get a cap and gloves, which you can't, you can only get the gloves right now. The cap would be not until you get to Elfland. Unless you went and got the gloves. That'd be good until level 5. So basically, until we get 324 experience, and then we'd break even again with being naked. This is why we're not bothering to get any equipment. It is so useless in terms of what the black belt gets for his meager weapons and armor, that almost as soon as the time that you can reach the place where it's for sale, if not beforehand, you've already outclassed it. Hey there, Beyond Chaos. The most important aspect of patience here is just that you can enjoy every single time that Dan gets punched. Brings just a tiny smile to your face. Think money might be an issue in this game? Yeah, getting rid of all the cash I'm gonna have is gonna be pretty tough. I will have to buy many a cat claw to free up some gold space by the time we get to the late game. Is 4 Thieves more or less difficult than solo black belt? 4 Thieves, I think, was more difficult than solo black belt's gonna be. 4 Thieves started off easier, but around Astos, the black belt should be superior and stay better in increasingly large and large amounts until the late game. The biggest benefit of the 4 Thieves is that you have 4 times as many people to get paralyzed. And so when you're trying to get through dungeons with lots of undead, like the Ice Cave and Marsh Cave, with 4 Thieves, you're probably able to run away, whereas with solo black belt, you're going to have a really hard time running. Did I class change in 4 Thieves? I played 4 Thieves with class change, and I played 4 Thieves again without class change, just to show it could be done. Mad Pony is 0.025 Agma's worth of experience. Alright, that's closer to what I guessed. I didn't think it was possible for a Mad Pony to be 0.04, but 0.025 sounds believable. Wow, Roger, have fun with the free enterprise there. 4 pieces of steel armor per dead black belt. So per dead black belt, let's see, that is 468,000 gold, I believe. Steel armor 34,000, maybe 33,000, it's a lot. Whatever it is, it's too much. But we could probably afford it. If we do an Agama grind, or if we do an I grind, we could definitely afford everything. I bet an I grind will let us get 12 steel armors and 12 cat claws. Agama grind's a bit less, because you only get about 0.4 Agamas worth of gold for each Agama worth of experience that you get. But an I, he's pretty good because you got equal amounts of experience and gold. How many Agamas is Dan worth? None, because Dan is worthless. It's not true. Dan tries his best, and that counts for a lot. Dan personally cannot count higher than 3, though, so we'll call it 3. What do I think about Final Fantasy IV? Not enough Agamas. Needs more Agamas is my review. That's my review for most video games these days. Right, there's another 3 imps we need. Doing the math. Like 32 more imps to go? That seems doable. 32 imps seems within our possible range of impiness. $29 imps to go. Just wait until we're level 5. We'll go from 4 defense to 5 defense. That'll show him. That'll teach him. I'll try the tent up there again. The tent was really good for getting a crack at like a Mad Pony and Grimps. And it's not like we need the cash for anything, so let's go ahead and start loading up. Gonna grab a tent here. We'll grab a couple of heal potions. These are way more expensive than a trip to the end would be, but you should just look at it as useless money otherwise. You're wasting your cash unless you're using it to buy heal potions. Anything that is not a heal potion is just simply unnecessary. Would I recommend Dragon Quest XI to somebody that's only played 1 and 8? Yes. If you've played any Dragon Quests and enjoyed them, then you'll probably like Dragon Quest XI, because it's almost exactly like the previous Dragon Quests. Actually be a little bit safer and probably do it right about here. Don't need to be all the way up next to Temple of Fiends. It'll be less walking this way to get back. Nice good wolf fight here. Wolves will take quite a pounding due to their lack of armor. Most animal type monsters tend to have like 0 armor, which means the Black Belt's fists do really well against them. And each wolf is 4 imps with experience, so it's a really lucrative fight if we can get those. Agama design gets used again in Final Fantasy VI. I'm pretty sure there's an Agama design used in Final Fantasy IV. And I'd be shocked if there wasn't one in Final Fantasy II somewhere, given that Final Fantasy II, the Famicom version, basically is Final Fantasy I's game engine, with a couple of tweaks on top. Like, they didn't have a lot of time between these games. Final Fantasy I came out, and the next year Final Fantasy II, and the next year Final Fantasy III. Just like Dragon Warrior 1, 2, and 3 basically came out, like, back-to-back-to-back years. They usually have like 18 or so months between them, but like it's pretty close between them when these games were released. And so it's not like they were completely rewriting them from scratch every time. Final Fantasy 3 was a bigger reinvention. Like, if you compare it, like, 1 and 2 are identical graphically. They reused, like, all the sprites and everything. 3 was the first time that they did a major overhaul. Like, they changed the battlefield system. And they changed a lot of the menuing to support the job mechanics. So there was a lot more work that went into the game engine of Final Fantasy 3 compared to what happened in 2. Just played Final Fantasy 3 NES for the first time. If you do want to get into it, both 2 and 3 I highly recommend the remakes. Unfortunately, there's not like a really good remake of 3 that I can recommend. But 2, the GBA version or the PSP version, are both very nice. And that they have a ton of improvements overall to quality of life. And in general, play a lot better than the original games did. You better run away, Dan. You better run away. Alright, we're out of there. We're out of there. Do I not like the 3DS remake, or the DS remake of 3? So the problem with the DS remake of 3 is just that it's starting to get hard to get access to the DS these days. Like, people have given them up for Switches. And it's not really an easy platform to emulate, whereas emulating a GBA or PSP is kind of trivial. Like, any controller will work with them, and you don't need to have, like, touch controls or touch screens or anything like that. Much easier to get, like, an emulation setup for it. So I think those games are going to be, at this point, easier for people to pick up and try. How about the PS1 remake of 2? Just like the PS1 remake of Final Fantasy 1. You have to deal with the really long loading times. Both the PS remake and all the successors were built on the WonderSwan version of these games. So, like, the originals came out, and then they ported them to the WonderSwan, and then they ported 1 and 2, the WonderSwan version, to the PlayStation, and then they went to GBA for 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 at that point. And then they went to PSP for 1, 2, and 4. And they went to DS for 3. It got crazy after a while, but they tried to get, like, a whole bunch of different versions of them. And they're basically just continuing to evolve the code base. Like, they redid everything from scratch for the WonderSwan version. But that port, the effort for the WonderSwan, got reused for all the later ones. And I've got no idea what the MSX version's based on. That one might actually be closer to the original Famicom one than the WonderSwan version. So I think at that point they hadn't lost all the code. Hey there, Phantom Fang, welcome in. We are indeed doing a solo challenge. We got Dan and nothing else. Literally nothing else. He doesn't even have equipment on. Nothing but Dan and our wits to keep us safe from the forces of evil. And currently the forces of evil, I would say, have the advantage. Oh boy, do they have the advantage. How many times has Dan died? I think, twice so far? It's been surprisingly better than you would think, but at the same time, you lose a lot of sanity every time that Dan goes down. Level 5, yes! There we go. Alright, so behold my beautiful level 5. I've got 1 more point of absorb and 2 more points of damage. Take that. Please, just take that. Please take it. Is it time for the pirates? I mean, we got 945 experience to level 6. Or we could do the pirate fight taking 90 damage in the first round. That's like the big deal with the pirate fight, is that they can hit you for 15. They don't always hit. But if they do, it's going to be 15 or 16 base damage. And subtract 5 from that. And good luck. You'll see how it's going to work. It's actually not quite that bad. That's like the worst case scenario for everything. But you basically have to get pretty lucky in the first couple rounds of pirates so that by the time that you finish the fight up, you know, you're able to whittle them down the first couple of turns, maybe get some heals thrown out when you're actually breaking even on a heal potion versus a round of the pirates, and then punch out the remaining ones. Good news is you can punch a pirate in one hit. Like, they have no defense and 3 health, so they are going to go down really easily. Do I have a goal in mind in terms of progress tonight? I hope to get up through Lich, but I'll do it more based on the length of the stream than anything else. This will be probably about 5 to 5.5 hours tonight, and then probably a similar amount of time on Saturday and Sunday, depending on how things go. Get the ship to start the ogre grind? I don't need the ship to do the ogre grind. I could go walk over to Provoca and do ogres right now. The problem is I would really struggle doing it. What would be nice to get would be to get the ship so I could get the iron chuck. And the iron nunchucks would upgrade my defense, or upgrade my offense quite a bit here. No upgrade for defense. There is no armor I can get until we get to Melmond, and by the time we get to Melmond, it'll be worse than what I have for being naked. So that's basically the situation that we're looking at. I'm gonna give this a crack. Let's see if we can make it to Provoca. Now, Provoca's gonna have a lot worse monsters surrounding it. And so what I hope to do here is essentially get to Provoca and then pick and choose battles until we can win one fight where we are looking at like 10 imps worth of experience per battle, and just repeat that process a couple times. Let's have fun. See how much damage an ogre does. I'm assuming a lot. 7 versus 27. Yeah, I don't think Dan's winning this. Gonna need a lot of misses. 19 on the ogre. 29. Need to get up to 100 health to kill it. 44. It's not impossible, it looks like. Just gotta get really lucky with the misses. 59. 87, we're close. Come on, Dan. You can. Dan can't do this. Dan cannot do this. Try again, Dan. Try again. Shows that we could maybe have a chance, though. If I could get some ogre kills, oh boy. That would speed things up a lot. Ogre's like 30 imps worth of experience. We're gonna be past level 15 at Melmond? I think so. Like, in order to kill the wizards in Marsh Cave and to kill Astos, you need a bunch of levels to do that with a solo black belt. Like, remember, Astos has got ridiculously high physical defense, and you don't do any base damage. One more creep there. I don't think Dan's gonna make it to Provoca here. Give it a try. He's giving it his best. The iguana was too much. Too many iguana snacks. Better luck next time, Dan. Better luck next time. Both Rub and Slow 2 are very bad versus Astos. He's going to start off with Rub. You're either going to make it or you're going to die. And if you're like level 15, assuming you're doing damage to Astos, you'll actually take him out in not an incredibly crazy number of rounds. However, that slow 2 prevents you from taking him out because you'll basically get down to 1 attack per round. Doubled, so you get 2 attacks instead of your normal like 6 or 8 at that point. I think it would be 6 for that point in the game overall. And that slows you down enough that you're not going to kill him before he gets, you know, Fire 2, Lit 2 out. And so you're just going to get mowed down by the spells. Alright, 2 mad ponies, too much for Dan. Try again. Our epic quest to make it to the second town in the game continues onward. Ooh, that'd be a lot of wolf experience, but too many wolves to reliably do here, Dan. I don't think you're running from a 7 enemy fight. You're not getting away the first time. You are probably out of luck there. Try again. By the time that we finish this walk, you will all have memorized all those names. In that bridge sequence, you will know each and every one of them. We'll also see if we can get an iguana here. Iguana? I mean, he's no ogre. But he's at least okayish. I just need Dan to not do 1 damage. Gotta do more than that. 2 damage is more than 1, technically. I probably should have specified something more clear for Dan's directions. You need to do like 20 damage again. That was a really good first round. Just keep doing those. So well. He was doing so well here. We came so far, and yet we were iguana'd so hard. Hey there, NES, welcome in. Yeah, the first 30 minutes or so was grinding imps to be able to beat Garland. At this point, I want to try and get into a spot where I can take cracks at ogres. And my odds of beating an ogre is very low. But if I beat it, it's way, way more XP than I would get from an imp fight. And so I think it's a more entertaining way to get the next level or 2 on the black belt. Like, we just hit level 5 from experience overall here. We're trying to get to Provoca for a better setup. At what point will the enemies finally get theirs? Well, they're getting their Dans right now. They're getting plenty of Dans currently. And yes, chat, how is this going to work? So, essentially, I've got a Dan, he's got some fists, we're going to use those fists on the enemies until the enemies succumb to the damage. That is my basic plan for this game. So far, mixed success. It is partially working. Alright, TV's Brent, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And hope you enjoyed the show here today. Can't fathom the Lich fight. By the time we're at Lich, really by the time that we get to the Marsh Cave, this is going to look totally different than it does right now. You might think that there is no way the black belt is going to go from this terrible lump of garbage to being able to crush the enemies at the late game. But it happens really surprisingly fast. And most of the really good stuff is going to take place between like level 6 and 12. So we're gonna quickly go from essentially surviving nothing to being able to just kick ass and take names on every monster that we are currently surrounded by, as well as most of the bosses. Yeah, for Astos, you just save right outside. The big thing for Astos is you can get past the rub, but you also have to dodge the slow too, or else the fight's just going to drag out too long for you to survive. And so that's two pretty high level magic skills that you have to deal with. And your black belt's magic defense is pretty good, but it's not that good that it'll be blocking slow too easily. Rub, I think you got a better chance of dodging. Oh, and Hyrule, thank you very much for gifting that sub there to NES Cardinality. NES, hope you enjoy the emotes. And Hyrule, thank you for all the support there. I'm gonna try taking the creep out. At least get me some value from this walk. It is rough, it is dangerous, and it is dead. There's our nice kill there. 10.5 imps worth of experience. And I think it's at least worth dropping a heal potion over. If we get another encounter here, I can have more chances at running, but we do get in. We make it to the town of Provoca. And if you all like to see what the pirate battle is going to be like, let me show it off here. This is another one where a couple levels makes a really big difference. Both in terms of getting HP to survive more of these pirate hits, but also just having more defense from the black belt being naked. Because every single level, it's going to reduce all of these attacks by 1 damage. $20 here so far. 24, that's pretty good. So we got 2 big ones. Those are the 10s. We don't want to see those. Decent first round, 27 damage versus 1 pirate killed. $24 damage versus a pirate killed. And imagine if we were taking like, 4 or 5 less damage around. You could see that it would start getting practical. Like, we'll probably be able to kill 4 pirates here. If you had another 2 rounds, you're at 6 pirates, and you're doing so much less damage per round at that point. It just increases your chances quite a bit. So, like, 1 level goes from this being a pretty sketchy fight to you got a chance, and then 2 levels, it would be pretty easy. Right now, pirates too tough for us. Instead, we're going to be hunting out in this part of the zone. I'm going to try to get iguanas and ogres here. Iguanas are pretty difficult, but they are a little bit less health than ogres. So if we get like 1 or 2 good punches on them, it'll take care of a lot of the iguana's HP there. And Bigger Chef, thank you very much for the subscription there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well as your emotes. Thanks again. Yeah, I figured, Ness, that this would be the fun one to do this on when I was a lot more conservative in the approach for the fighter and the red mage solo playthroughs. I've been doing basically one of these playthroughs every time I finish up a Final Fantasy season. And fighter, you can be really tanky. Both of those character classes have chainmail armor. And so, like, you get to the pirates, they're doing 1 damage a hit. They critical you, they do 15, but a regular attack from a pirate will do 1. And so by the time you get here, you're in pretty good shape. And everything goes very smoothly. But for the black belt, you have this really big learning curve to get over. And then he suddenly just gets good in a hurry. Is there an estimate to complete this? So I would guess that it's going to be around 15 hours. I'm probably going to do like 5 to 6 hours per night. So I predict it's going to be tonight's stream and then also Saturday and Sunday for the completion of it. Certainly once we get past the ice cave, it's going to go super fast. Up until the ice cave, it's a lot of work. Now the reason it's super fast at that point is you get the floater, whole bunch of armor for the black belt, and your attacks are good enough that you can just grind at some of the big ticket monsters like the Agama or similar types of experience there. And you go from like level 20 to level 50 in the span of like 3 or 4 hours. Well, I'm at level 5 right now. The wooden chuck, which is the only one that you can get to start, is good up through level 3 or 4. And if I could get to Elfland, I'd be able to get the iron chuck, which is good up to level 9 or so. But the big thing is beating those pirates is blocking me from getting to Elfland. So that is really why you want to focus on Provoca here really quick. That's true for like low armor enemies. If you had a high armored enemy, like especially if I'm going after those iguanas and ogres, probably the chuck and fist are still breaking even for right now. Let's see if we can do a creep. He's actually pretty tough right now. We get those crits though. Should be a nice fight here. Yeah, a lot of the monsters that I can beat right now are actually less money than it takes to save the game. Makes you really appreciate games where you can save anywhere you want. But essentially I'm taking advantage of the little bit of money stockpile I built up around Coneria to come over here and get the fights which have a lot more experience in them. Aims give you 1 experience point for each gold point, whereas the monsters here are going to be like 4 XP per gold. And because of the way they balanced them, the XP rewards are much more generous overall. Again, assuming that we could actually win the fights. We can't win the fights, it's not worth it, but what would be the fun in not believing in ourselves? Just looking for no Gerwolves. We're gonna get that formation. Gerwolf is doable, but he'd be at the same kind of scale as like an iguana. Yeah, we'll give it a try. We'll see what happens. We can outspeed the Gerwolf in terms of damage. We should be able to take out the regular wolves. By suggesting that you believe in Dan, I'm implying that there is a potential opportunity for some Dan believing. I don't insist that it can be done. I don't even entertain the possibility. And yet it's all worth it. Take out the wolves first. The thing is with that fight, you either get a crit and kill the Gerwolf, or you're not going to make it through there. So if I didn't get a Gerwolf kill really fast, then I was just going to reset for it. If I was at a position where I could realistically do the Gerwolf, just survive enough rounds for it, then probably taking out the wolves first would be nice to reduce the DPS a bit, and then do the Gerwolf at the end. Don't throw Dan to the wolves, too late. Already thrown. There's another creep right there. Good 10.5 imp fight on those creeps. So at this point we need 546 experience, which is 91 imps. So you can see the type of scale you'd be at. But we already got like 200 experience so far, just in this Provoca area alone. Is Dan better at a black mage or a white mage? Well, Dan's favorite pastime is dying. And I've always figured that it's easier for a black mage to die than a white mage. We've done a little bit of timing on that, because when we're doing the 3-character party runs, for like the any percent speed run, you want to pick what character class to sacrifice, and usually black mage is a pretty effective one to do it on. White mage, I feel, just has a little bit too much HP at the start, and also a smidge more evasion. Didn't get a crit either time. Try again. Much more valuable enemy in Temple of Fiends. I think in Temple of Fiends, you can get a really nice fight against Bones. Those are worth a decent amount, and they're pretty easy to kill with your bare hands. But the problem is I need to buy like a stack of tents to get up there and manipulate the encounters out to make them appear often enough. So yeah, they're good, but they're too uncommon to do a grind like this on. No, Dan! Couldn't even beat the iguana. The imitation Agama meat, too much for Dan to take down. Ooh, 2 creeps but a first strike. Intriguing. This could be possible. We get good turn order. We take out that top creep in a hurry. And assuming we don't get mercilessly mauled, like we did in that first round. No, it's mauling. It's mauling time. I believe too much in Dan. I have to back off a little bit. Dial down the Dan belief. Approximately 26 notches. This is the only solo run where Dan is forbidden from having sharp things. Well, Mazmune's really not going to make a difference in this game, because you'll have so much better damage with your fists by the time that you can get the Mazmune that it makes no sense to ever pick it up. And that's really nice because it simplifies the walk across to where Chaos is. No worries about having to deal with sorcerers or other junk there. And so that helps out quite a bit. But I think by the time you can get to Chaos with solo Black Belt, you're probably doing like 500 damage a round. Like, it'll be no problem taking out the bosses. Why aren't Ace, Bill, and Cal helping? They're all sitting back and laughing. They're enjoying Dan's suffering. Too much. Too many Mad Ponies. We could do 1 Mad Pony. That's like a 10 imp fight. 3 Mad Ponies in an ambush, I think, is going to hurt us really badly. Try that iguana again. The first iguana we did was actually really close. It was a very, very nice fight. And I feel like it's been much harder since then, because we're not getting nearly as many dodges. $21 damage so far. Let's see what we can do. 24. Keep at it, Dan. Keep at it. 30. 38. Hey there, Suzanne. Glad you're enjoying the show here. And also watching Dan get punched in the face. Both usually considered pretty entertaining. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? You were so close to taking this iguana out. It was so close, and yet you are so dead. Try again. Dan became a paladin. Something is really messed up with that game, Wild Roger. There might be a problem with your version. There we go. Wasting a critical on a wolf. It's okay. We get the double Grimp and wolf fight here. That's approximately 12 or so imps worth of experience. Ten imps. I'll take it. I will take the 10 imps. Hey there, Ziggy. I mean, patience is really just having fun with the game. If you're enjoying playing a game, then you can just totally get into whatever the mechanics are, whether it is a game that's super fast-paced, and you're winning and getting stuff all the time, or if it's long, slow, and calculating. As if you're playing a chess match between two masters, and one of them's Dan and the other one, well, has a rocket launcher. It's a little bit outmatched, but it's still entertaining. Your money's on the imps. My money's also on the imps. But it's because I believe that Dan is intentionally fixing these matches. He's taking a dive under the table. Alright, double Mad Pony, also a little bit too much for us. I'm hesitant to go down into this zone, even though we do have a higher rate of ogre appearances here, just because getting 2 ogres does not help us. 1 ogre is what I want to see. But having ogres is better than none. And so let's see if we can do that for a little bit. Werewolf, probably not good. Probably don't want the werewolf battle there. Problem with this zone is either going to be an ogre fight, which you are very, very lucky if you win, or it's going to be bust. Because most of the other encounters are probably not going to be finishable. Did Dan get his martial arts training from Sarda? So Dan, as you may know, was going to sword school, and then he flunked out. Turns out, when you don't study in sword school, it begins to get very painful in a hurry. And we have yet to get our tuition refund, so I have not been able to afford anything for Dan here. He is doing his best with what he's got, though. One imp down. We could win this Grimp fight to be pretty good. This is the Grimp werewolf battle, except the werewolf with Shine didn't show up. Pretty common. It's the 50-50 whether you hit the werewolf or not. One more Grimp to go. I think I might try putting the wooden chuck back on. At this point, because we're fighting slightly tougher monsters than we're in the Conaria area, I think Dan's fists are actually not doing more damage than the chuck would. The chuck is going to be less accurate by a bit, but should hit for more when it actually makes contact. Can a level 3 mage, red mage specifically, solo 2 ogres? Yes. Because you can have the ice spell at level 3. And the ice spell's doing 80 damage to a single target, which is almost enough to kill an ogre in one shot. So if you got 2 good rolls in your ice spell, and you did a little bit more damage with cleanup, I bet you could have a level 3 red mage. No problems do it. Like, you'd have lit 1 as well. It'd be pretty good in terms of the potential damage output there. And yeah, it looks like against Surprisingly against Gerwolf, the nunchuck did more. Gerwolf should have 0 defense, so that does not make as much sense, but most other monsters, it makes sense. Hey there, Cypher, welcome in. And is this vanilla? Yes, this is just a plain old Final Fantasy cart played on an NES top loader here. No fancy speed up hacks or emulator save states or anything. Just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. One iguana at a time. Alright, Dan, you just need to dodge 3 times in a row and you got this. 3 dodges. We'll start the count to 3 next time. That was just a practice iguana. You can do it for real this time. Ooh, triple grimp. I'll take that. Another 10 or so imps worth of experience. So triple grimp 10. Triple grimp 7.5. That's right, because 2 grimps is the same as 6. So it'd be 9. 9 imps worth of experience here. Not ready for Peninsula Power yet. A little bit short of Peninsula Power, I would think. We are not quite yet at the point where we could punch a Zombo, but soon. And yes, 9 imps worth of experience right there. I'll take it. 360. That's 60 more imps to go. How long has it been since I learned something new about Final Fantasy? I learn new stuff about Final Fantasy all the time. Generally involving Agma facts. But sometimes other things as well. I've actually been doing pretty good with that Grimp fight. The Grimp Werewolf battle. Again, 50% chance of the werewolf not being there. It means I can get an encounter that's pretty good compared to a lot of the stuff that we see around the Canaria area, especially like Temple of Fiends that have a similar formation, where it's 1 to 3 Grimps. Just more likely to get them around here. And there's our Ogre try. Come on, Dan. Just get them RNG looped. Have the same outcome every single round. We're doing good. We were doing good up until that point. We're still doing good. 43 damage. It's not bad. 49. We got a chance here. 61. What level do I need to beat before I can beat the game? I mean, I'm just probably going to just do it at level 50. There's no reason to try it at lower levels, because if you can level up in the late game in Final Fantasy with Solo Black Belt, you'll get to whatever level you want. Like, anything past 30 goes to 50 almost immediately. And yes, that was 32.5 imps right there. Our first ogre kill was successful. Does magic defense help against status touch monsters? Yes. Status ailments are applicable to magic defense, so they have to first roll to hit you. Then they have to roll to have the status ailment applied, which is an opposed check versus your magic defense, based on their difficulty level. And at that point, you have, in that calculation, well, also your resistance scores. So if you resist the element that their touch attack is based on, then it's a 3 and 256, and your magic defense is not checked. How many imps is an Agama? So, it's about 0.0025 imps per Agama, assuming we did the calculations of the Mad Pony correct. I think the bot rounds it down to 0.001. but I need to check to make sure that's accurate or not. Imp is 6 experience, Agama is 2,472. There's a pretty big difference there. No, damn it, the misses. We had such a good ogre fight last time. This one, not so good of a start. We've taken 90 damage. He's done 8. 25 now. I think we're going to lose this damage race. 41. Last hit. And dead. Not a single dodge. Yeah, I think we've successfully done 1 imp worth of equivalent on ogres. So we figured out the value there. I think we've done 1 iguana. Done a couple packs of wolves and a lot of grimps. The grimps have been kind of the backbone of this provoke a grind here so far. 0.0024 Agama's with experience. I was close. I gave the imp a little bit too much credit. Where would we be at right now if we had Cal instead of Dan? I think we'd be probably working on Kruger Volcano currently. Hey there, Solar Flare. We are currently level 5. Soon to be level 6. At level 6, we potentially could beat the pirates. It's going to be a close thing, but I think we would have a chance. Level 5, you could get about half the pirates down. And at level 6, you take probably about 4 or 5 less damage a round, so you can survive for an extra round. And so each round gets easier and easier over time, so it's either level 6 or level 7 that we would need to do it. Hey there, Celdia. We will fist everything, but first, we will offer them a nice pepperoni stick. Would you like some pepperoni, Grimp? Take it all. And then Dan runs away crying. He's at level 5 with heal potions. I think that by the time you get down to the pirates doing less damage per round than a heal potion, you'd need to be either really lucky that your heal potions are getting perfect rolls, or you're probably pretty close to being able to just kill them flat out. Because for most of the pirate fight, they're gonna beat out the heal potion in terms of damage per round. And then once you're about halfway through is when it gets safer, but at that point, they're also doing way less damage. Why do you put the witch checks back on? Good question there. It's because the monsters that I'm starting to encounter here pretty frequently down in this southern zone, the things I want to try to take on, like the ogre and the iguana, have more defense than the previous ones that we were fighting. And with more defense, the level at which your fists beat out a weapon goes up. So with no defense, like a wolf, fist beats the wooden chucks around level 4, and it's about equal at level 3. Whereas with something like the ogre or the iguana, it's more like level 6 for where the cutoff is. Come on, Dan. Clutch it out. Clutch this out. You're so close. You are so close to having this. Doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. We need like one more round there. One dodge would have been really nice. Would have been so delightful to have another 32 and a half imps worth of experience. I will say that while Dan deserves some blame, you have to give him credit. He was willing to try when few other characters had the ability to put in the effort to do a solo character challenge like this. Dan has been a solo fighter. He's been a solo red mage. He was the living thief in my 4th thief run. He has done so much for this team. And while he has died so very, very many times, each and every one of those, he tried his best. Dazbot beat the game by now as a solo white mage. Dazbot was cheating because they didn't use Dan. There is a big difference between playing as anything besides Dan and comparing those times. They're just not really the same thing. XP away. Alright, we are 1 battle from level 6. 1 more fight here. And then we'll give the pirates another go once we get that. Time flies when you're getting punched in the face by everything. Creep, it is you versus me, and I intend to come out of this with only slight casualties. No more than 1 death is my goal. One more hit should do it here. Creep is fine, and got him. There he is. Level 6. Now, we've actually been getting some pretty bad level ups, no strength gains for the black belt, which I do feel really bad about, but eventually he will get decent. I'm not super worried about optimizing level ups here because in the late game, when the stats really matter, you'll have ridiculously more power than you will need. Alright, Chuck's off. Let's go. Try the pirates again here. At level 5, we got down to 5 pirates. Let's see what we do at level 6 this time. Not a great first round. That was 27 damage there. 37! Alright, very bad first round. We took way too much damage. Looking to get more like a 15 to a 20 in these first couple here. Put 2 pirates out of the way. Three pirates. Hey there, Runic Magus, welcome in. Congratulations on your Season 3 performance, and hope you enjoy the show here tonight. We got 4 down. And Dan's dead. I think that we got a bad start to that one. Let's try that again. And see if we can do better on the pirate fight. What level are we at? We just hit level 6. We're going the wrong direction. We're going the wrong direction here. $31 so far this round. 34 damage. Dan, of course, going last in the turn. Why would he want to not be chivalrous and let all the pirates go first? $17. That was a much better round. 10 so far. 20. 24. Has Dan been last every single turn? Is there one turn in which Dan is not going to go last? There he is. There we go. Finally going to get a punch in. $27. All right. So I think we're a little bit short of where I'd want to be to get into the pirate fight. I'm going to try for level 7. That is a lot of imps worth of experience. We're looking at close to 220 imps worth of experience now for this level up. We're going to give it a try. We're going to see what happens down here. Couldn't get the solo ghoul. Was hoping to make that happen. He's worth a decent amount of experience overall. Yeah, about a half agama worth of experience over the previous level. It sounds like a lot. Mostly because it probably is, but at the same time, we are getting better here. We should be more able to beat those ogres and iguanas. And so it will help out over time. By celebrating Season 3 or mourning it, I'm going to have a lot of fun doing this. I really enjoyed the solo fighter and the solo red mage. I think the solo black belt is going to be pretty fun as well. It is certainly a pretty fun time doing this. Solo Thief is the best. Solo Thief is pretty bad. I do agree. It's got some strong points, although thieves have better weapons than the black belt does at the start. And so you'll be shocked to hear this, but the thief would probably be past the pirates by now. I think for solo thief, because you got the rapier, you'd be able to deal with a lot of these monsters here. Like, if you got hit, you get hit really hard. But a rapier is like 15 bonus attack power compared to the 12 with the chucks. And the thief gets really statistically good level ups at the start. The thief is a scam. You know, by level 6, the thief looks amazing. Just has really great HP growth, has access to like okayish equipment. Like, certainly the armor is not very good, but the weapons are decent. And then just hit a brick wall, and your stats start going terribly. You have no upgrades to armor or weapons, like, ever again. And you realize the horror of the thief as time goes on, that this is all you're gonna get. Whereas the black belt takes a little bit longer to get started. But once he's up, once he's running, then things get good. My class changing? No, there's no point to class changing. And I did all the other playthroughs as no class change anyway. For black belt, class changing is actually counterproductive. You'd be weaker post-class change than beforehand. But since I did no class change for fighter and red mage, I'd like to ideally do no class change for all 6 character classes. I'm not totally sold, though, on no class change for white mage, black mage, and thief. I think those we might have to do with class change, just to avoid dying before I can finish. Quadruple scorpions! I believe that's 120 battles after power on. We have reached our first Group 8 encounter. Right, FDI, have a good night. Thanks for coming out, and pleasant dreams. The Scorpion's the 1 in 64 encounter, and in order to have one of those, which is called Group 8 encounters, you have to be at least 120 battles after power on, because they only come between battle 128 and 155 in the, or 255 in the encounter cycle. So you will not see them at all in most circumstances. But when you're doing something like this, and checking out lots and lots of battles, you will eventually get scorpions, and there'll be 3 more of those scorpion battles in the next 120 battles or so. And then no more after that for 120 battles, and then 4 more in the next 128 after that. That miss was pretty big. Lets me catch up a little bit on that ogre damage. 27 though. Nope, we're now behind. We're now behind again. I got too cocky. I believed in Dan. It was very unwarranted. What is my opinion on twin magic? Now you do get to use twin magic in the speedrun. The comet / flare spell actually does pretty good. I think besides that, they don't have much. Like, the twins are capped at pretty low amounts of damage for the most part until they get super high leveled and they start learning spells again. You're not meant to keep the twins for that long. I believed in Dan, the official Melmont story. That is possibly the name of our future monologues about how Final Fantasy went. Those 20s just hurt so much. If we got reasonable rolls, all we need is a reasonable amount of dodges, and Dan could take an ogre out, get that 32.5 imps worth of experience. But instead, he just gets pummeled by the ogre's massive club. About 60 to 70 damage each time. It's a sad thing to see, a very sad and tragic thing. Just go up here for a little bit. I want to do a slightly easier fight if I can get things. 6 wolves is actually pretty good. We got a no Gerwolf battle here, which helps out. And each of these wolves is like 3 imps. So that's a pretty darn good fight. Much more than you think in terms of value. This Dan misses a lot and we don't kill him. Come on, Dan. Don't be a jerk here. There's 3 down, 3 to go. 2 to go. Dan was eaten by a sandworm. Tragic, but not unexpected. Please, Dan, don't do this to me. Just survive the wolf fight. All you have to do is survive. Why, Dan? Why are you doing this? 2 misses. Last hit possible, and wolf's down. Wolf's down. Whew. Let's see if I can get back to town. We did it. 24 imps worth of experience right there. That was a pretty good one. That was at least a decent amount of XP overall. Alright, let me see if I can do any good manipulations here. So if I do it from the start, where are the good fights? Alright. So I'm going to go from power on here so I know where I am in the encounter cycle. First one we're going to probably burn off unless we don't get the Gerwolf. Oh, no Gerwolfs. That's actually pretty nice. This one is Grimp Wolf, Gerwolf, and Imp outside. And it's 0 to 2 girls, I think, so 1 in 3 chance that you'd be able to take that. Then we get the Mad Pony fight. Mad Pony... If I get 2 Mad Ponies, I'd have a chance. So I think that's probably worth giving it a crack. Then we have another one of those Grimp battles. I could take the chance at the werewolf fight on that one as well. It's another 1 in 3 type encounter. More Grimps are possible. It's nice. Alright, let's see how the Mad Ponies do. 2, that's good. We have a chance, as long as Dan is slightly agile and springy. We can maybe take him out. It's actually a pretty good start. Ooh, that was not good. Not a good hit. 2 not good hits. Well, 1 Mad Pony is down, but we are behind in damage significantly thanks to that last round. Already to 1 hit away versus Dan, and the 1 hit came. So that was not successful. Let's try the Grimp werewolf fight here. We reset if we get a werewolf. We just want plain Grimps. Got a 1 in 3 chance of no werewolves. Nope. So we're going to try next for the Wolf-Gerwolf fight. 50% chance of no Gerwolves. Now we get our Ogre tries in. So we have 50% chance of 1 Ogre. Let's give it a go. See what happens. Just gotta clutch out a couple rounds down here. We're up to 7 damage. 28, that's a good one. Ooh, Ogre got 22. We're still ahead on the damage trace though. 46. 68. 82, that's looking nice. Not as nice, but come on, Dan. There you go. Got our Ogre kill in. Another 32.5 imps right there. I might be able to get back for the next Ogre fight as well. We're gonna give it a go here. For a lot of these, I know what the encounters are. I just don't know how many steps I have between them. And the step planning is what you would do when you're doing the routing through this. So we will get another Ogre fight here. Again, 50% chance. And double. Alright, next one's going to be up here. 50% chance of Ogres again. What level am I? I'm in level 6 right now. We are working on level 7. We've been giving the pirates a go, periodically. At level 6, I think that we still didn't have a great shot of killing the pirates. At level 7, I'm hoping that the extra point of defense is going to be enough to push us over the top. Is it level 10 from where it's... I think it's earlier than that. I want to say it's level 8 or 9. Like, it's pretty big when you get the extra attacks per round with your fists on those level ups. Don't kill Dan! Don't kill Dan! Come on, Dan! Come on, Dan! No! Dan missed! He had that Ogre. He had that Ogre right where we wanted it. So close. Go ahead and try the werewolf fight again. We're hoping for just Grimps. This time we're hoping for no Gerwolves. All regular wolves. We'll have 2 of these in a row. I guess we can give Gerwolf a try. I don't think we've done Gerwolf for a try recently. See if it happens. We need to get good luck with the wolves doing low damage while we're taking this guy out. Because basically it's like 3 rounds of not reducing the wolf damage at all. And no. Dan's miss has pretty much sealed the deal there. Let's re-roll that. Another battle, which is exactly the same formation. Hopefully no girls this time. And it's 50-50. We should be getting luck on some of these at one stage. There we go. This is faster than steamrolling the Canary Monsters. Well, first of all, we would not steamroll them. One, because we have Dan on the team. And two, because we're a solo black belt. So it would be doing this versus slowly killing imps. And I think this is at least more fun because when you kill things, you get a bunch of imps per monster. Anywhere from 3 imps per wolf to 32.5 imps per ogre. So while you're dying a lot, at the same time, it's really big rewards when you get them. This is not helping, Wolf. You are not helping the cause. Why does Dan have to make everything so dramatic? There we go. We won the wolf fight. 16 imps of experience right there. I guess that's 4 imps per wolf, not 3. That was 16 imps for 4 wolves. So I want to check one thing. So right now... Yeah, 20% of aid. So we need 12% more accuracy score to get our next attack. We got a little bit of time. Got a bunch of time before it happens. Who believes in the iguana? I want an iguana right here. Now, if we had the boat, we could get access to ogres much more frequently. Thanks to the setups I could do with that. But sadly, we gotta get the regular plain old ogre rate and that iguana giving me the business here. Started off so well. And then Dan started off so Dan. He's got 1, maybe 2 hits to go. Let's call it 1. We'll call it 1 hit. Try the ogre. Back for another wolf try. We got wolf, iguana, and then ogre again for our next 3. No, these are going to work out. If it wasn't for the Gerwolf, if we had no Gerwolves there, that would have been perfect. Solid 24 imps worth of experience, almost as much as an ogre. $34 damage so far. Keep it up, Dan. Keep it up. Up, I said up, not down. He's at 38, 48. $66. 85. No! We were 1 hit away. 1 hit away. Even at this level, Ali, I was getting better damage with the chucks on the ogre than bare hands. On wolves, yes, because wolves have no defense. But I'm kind of lazy and not swapping the chucks around as much as I should. If I was more disciplined, if I had proper chuck discipline, and wasn't just eating all the pepperoni sticks, then I would be taking them on and off depending on what battle I was doing. This could have been such a good ogre fight. It still could be a good ogre fight. But those 3 misses have really made this exciting when it didn't need to be. Edward is worse than Dan. It is a strong claim, but might be true. I mean, at least Dan does not have a musical interlude where he fights with seafood for his dead girlfriend's life, and that is generously interpreting the Final Fantasy IV storyline. Alright, let's do the strategizing. This is a no-chuck battle. This is a chuck battle. This is probably just a reset. I'm likely to beat the Mad Ponies. I mean, I've given the Mad Ponies a couple tries, and with even 2 of them, it's really difficult. Let's see though, if Dan can get him down this time. Mad Pony is 10 imps plus 1 experience. Hey there, West Coast Gatsby, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Oh, damn with the miss. If it wasn't for that miss, maybe could have had a chance. Alright, I don't feel like doing the creeps. Let's try another ogre fight. The creeps are much more doable in terms of your chances of success, but the ogres are much more fun. Back to Mad Pony, then Ogre, Iguana, Mad Pony, Ogre. So Chuck's on for a while. Keep those chucks coming. Well, even creep is pretty dangerous. Like, a creep is a fraction of an ogre. He's like a 0.2 of an ogre worth of experience. And he's like 0.5 an ogre worth of danger. So I feel like the creep is almost never worth doing unless, like in this case, you can't successfully do ogres that often, whereas a half ogre you could. But you're losing so much of the reward for making that trade-off that becomes hard to justify. Does creep have stun touch? That is the creep's cousin, the crawl. The crawl in Marsh Cave is where you get stun touched all the time because he's got 8 attacks per round. Which will be a big issue when we go over there. Oh yes, there's the iguana. There's the iguana. 25 and a half imps right there. 25 and agamas would be pretty incredible. That'd be a lot of levels. Okay, Mad Pony, Ogre, Iguana, Iguana, Mad Pony. So that's a pass. Let's see how the Ogre does. Hey there, Sequel and Backslash. Hope you're having a wonderful evening today and are ready for watching Dan get punched in the face repeatedly. How do we beat the game with black belt only? Well, first we grind a lot, and then we punch things really, really, really hard. The black belt starts off terrible, but they get to be exceptionally good. Like the black belt late game is the best character class, and it's gonna take a while to get there. But once we get past like the ice cave, the rest of the game is free. Like, it is so much easier than the other solo challenges. Ooh, still got a chance, still got a chance. Never mind, no chance whatsoever. Iguana doing 63 damage. It's like, thank you, I believe Dan is extremely dead right now. He didn't need that much. going to be a 20-hour playthrough. It's probably going to be 15 to 20 hours, but it'll be split across multiple nights. So I'm going to do somewhere between 5 and 6 hours per night tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday. Expect to be done by the end of Sunday. And whatever time we have left on that day, I'll probably do some Dragon Warrior 4. And go into more intensive Dragon Warrior 4 practice during next week. I will also be working on the side on improving Fantasy Final Fantasy. So see some test games of Fantasy Final Fantasy. Some point next week starting, maybe. Or the week after, depending on what my workload looks like on that. Can't wait for full runs of Dragon Warrior 4. I can't wait either. Like, actually I can wait. And here's why. So at any point, I could have just sat down and done like a 9-hour playthrough of Dragon Warrior 4. You know, just going off like my raw notes, doing a lot of retries on sections. But I wanted to have like a really satisfying run. And I feel like doing the prep work where I spent like 2 or 3 months working on the game, working on the routing, learning the monster strategies and all that. I'll have a lot more fun doing the speedruns at that point. Even though I could have done like a run 2 months ago. But just doing it like very, very well has been my goal, more so than just completing the game. So close in that Mad Pony fight. That would have been 21 Agamas. Well, 20 and a third imps worth of experience. I keep saying Agamas because my normal unit of measurement. But there are no Agamas here, only imps. Do I feel like I can get a 7:30 first run? If I get decent luck, I've been on pace for like a 6:45 in my chapters 1 through 4 and chapter 5 practice runs so far. But that requires like everything going well. And if you imagine that you have a couple tries on Sarah's Shadow, you need a level 12 for Alina at the tournament, couple tries in the Lighthouse and all that. That's where I think like 7:17 is going to be my first goal of just finishing with a decent run that has a few retries. And then I'll start going for like sub 7 after that. Is there any end to the futility? Maybe. Maybe this is the end. We got a good start on this iguana and iguana critically less. Never trust an iguana. That is my motto in life. They are fully and wholly untrustworthy creatures. But sometimes you win. Sometimes you can beat them. How we doing on our experience? We have 267 to go. That is 41 and a sixth more imps. We're getting there. We are getting there. We're actually basically like 2 fights away if we get decent battles. I have 2 ogres coming up. Maybe those will be enough to put us over the top. Just need 2 good ogre fights in a row. That is 2 ogres, which is not a good ogre fight. We need 2 good single ogre fights. Let me clarify. I think the iguanas are harder than the ogre. The iguanas are by themselves guaranteed. So you lose 50% of the ogre battles right off the start. Once you're into the fights, I feel like iguana and ogre are actually pretty similar in terms of difficulty. This one's gonna just destroy us because we missed a whole bunch at the start. But if you were getting lucky on this battle, then you'd have a chance. Let's see, that was... Over to Mad Pony next. Making sure I keep track of where I am in the encounter cycle here. We get our wolf try. We've been getting really bad luck on the 50-50s on these. Like, Gerwolf, 50% chance of showing up. 100% so far in these. Like, we've had 10 or so Gerwolves in a row. This one's going to be 1 in 3 chance at werewolves. And then again, the same on this battle. What type of Pokeball do you need to catch an Agama? The Agama Ball, the rare and elusive mythical item, has yet to be discovered, but once it's invented, then and only then can Agamas be caught. Alright, pretty rough start, but we are halfway through the Grimps and halfway through Dan's health. This matches up. Dan, stop missing, please. Please stop missing for just 1 round. I don't think I'm asking a lot. But evidently, I'm asking too much. He doesn't even beat 4 Grimps. We beat 4 Grimps so easily in past levels. Come on, Dan. You can do this. 23 health versus a Grimp. 13 health versus a Grimp. Not a problem. There we go. Beat the Grimps. Alright, so we need 195 right now. I think we're exactly 1 Ogre away. We need 1.000 Ogres worth of experience for our next level up here. How many of these weaknesses were due to bugs and how many were just intentionally them being awful? So, the Thief has 2 main bugs that makes them less desirable than were intended. The first main bug is that running is broken. So, Thief was supposed to be really good at running compared to all the other character classes. But because of the way running works, every character class is actually equal in terms of running ability. So, Thief lost one of their good abilities there. The second thing that is broken, that impacts thieves, is that you're supposed to have an assigned amount of critical hit potential for every weapon in the game. And the thief weapons were generally better critical hit weapons, or I guess the ninja weapons were generally better critical hit weapons than other character classes. But instead of looking up the value in a table, they looked up the position in the table instead, which meant that all late game weapons have really good critical hit rates, and all early game weapons have really terrible critical hit rates. And as a result, the ninja, which is supposed to have an advantage over everybody else, instead has pretty much the same amount of critical hit potential as, say, a knight. So 2 decent-sized advantages that were wiped away because of bugs. Other than that, everything you see about a thief is pretty much intentional. You could maybe say the lack of temper for ninjas. That affects everybody, though. That temper doesn't work, and so you can't buff up damage really easily. That one I feel it's harder to say is a exclusively ninja deficiency. But it could matter a little bit. If you had temper on a ninja, then a couple casts of that and chaos would be very easy. Can ninjas get Saber? No, Saber's like level 7. So they're pretty far away. Like, Saber is just ridiculous in being a Black Wizard exclusive. That's super high level, and it's not very good and totally broken. Like, it makes 0 sense why Saber is positioned like it is. Like, even if it worked, Saber is not good enough to be a 7th tier Black Wizard exclusive spell. It would make sense for being like a 4th tier spell, and Red Mage, Black Mage, and Ninja getting it. Two more wolf battles, and then we have an iguana shot. One more wolf battle, and then we have an iguana shot. Iguana time. I don't know what's going on with those werewolves. It is supposed to be 50% chance. I have checked. 0 to 1 Gerwolf in formation, which means 50-50, whether they show up or not. I could get my nice wolf fight to be so much better. Okay, well, this iguana fight's probably over. That critical hit basically kills our chances. Come on, Dan. Be an amazing hero. Be the hero that we know you can be. How would I balance the thief? I would remove them from the game. That would be the best way to fix the thief. Just delete them and start over. Is there an iguana death counter? There's not enough space on the screen to track my iguana deaths at this point. But we will try. We will try 2 more times on iguanas here. See if we get either of these. Also, question: was there ever a mod release that had crit and agility fixed to where the developers intended it? So, the remakes, starting with the Wonder Swan version, basically fixed all the bugs. Because when they made the Wonder Swan version, they didn't have the actual game code for Final Fantasy. Like, Nasir wrote it all in assembler, and it was impossible to port. And so they just started with the design documents, and the design documents actually were correct about what the spells were supposed to do. So when they did the remakes, they didn't know to recreate all the bugs. And as a result, pretty much everything works. These iguanas, too much for Dan. The iguana has so much and Dan has so little. Let's try again on the wolves. I should go back to toggling my pepperoni stick depending on what I'm fighting. Significantly better chance of killing the wolves with bare hands. I don't like this girl, but we're getting it so unnaturally often. I think we at least have to give it a go. Nope, not finishing that. Alright. Back to a Grimp try. We've actually had much better luck with Grimps, which are only a 1 in 3 chance of the werewolves not showing up, compared to the 50-50 on the Gerwolves, and I don't know why. It's bizarre. Still level 6, but we're getting close. We are 1 or 2 fights away. Like, this might be enough, or if it's not, it's really, really close to level 7. And we'll give Pirates another crack at level 7. See if we got any better at not dying to them. Could also probably buy a bunch of heal potions at this point. I'm starting to get ahead on money compared to before. When I first got to Provoca, we were barely scraping even on what it looked like for our in trips. And so I had to get a little bit of a buffer for the money situation. Now we're up to like 600, so I can afford to get like 5 or so heal potions and give Bikke a crack at that point. If we could get the boat, that would just be so nice. Like, that increases our damage output quite a lot to get to Elfland and back. And so I definitely think it's worthwhile giving it tries. And here we go. Our pirate battle, level 7. Level 5 was not enough. Level 6 was also not enough. Will level 7 be the magical amount that Bikke is looking for? Or will Dan have to go back to punching ogres in the face? 23 there. So level 10 is evidently where you're going to get your 4 attacks per round. So level 10 will be huge, but that is very far away from right now. Oh, we got a strong level up there as well. Strong levels are where you get 25 plus your normal amount of HP for level up. And so that's basically an entire round, maybe a round and a half versus these pirates. That does make a huge difference. And it reduces all the pirate damage by 1 for the level up, so this is looking very solid. Got 2 pirates down, and we're basically almost at our starting HP for level 6 for the fight. 3 pirates down will be 1 round in terms of damage. Oh, that critical hurts. That critical hurts so much. Gonna see if we can tank this out here. We get some good misses in this next round. We're gonna be in really good shape. No, another crit. Alright, that does not help. The criticals are not good. Drink, Dan. Drink like your life depended on it. Dan does not drink hard enough. Critical miss on the heal potion. Try again, Dan. We had a great start and then 2 criticals by the pirates. Really just undercut us right there. It was so close, and yet so very far away from surviving that. If that heal potion had gone off, then probably we win. But instead we will try again. This time we get a lot more damage than the first round. So basically, same HP as level 6, but starting with 1 pirate less. Taking less damage per round, and let's see how we do from this point on. I enjoy your enthusiasm for Dan's performance, Hot Toddies. You will learn, though. You will learn with time to respect how amazing Dan is at failing. You may think you can comprehend all the fail that is possible, but no, Dan can fail harder than that. Alright, we're about 20 HP ahead of last time. Let's see how we do in these last 3 pirates here. Into questionable territory, 2 pirates remain. Last pirate, down to the final pirate. Got him. We got him. And we got the boat. Alright, that is a very lovely trip out there. I'm going to snag 1 tent right here. And try to make a desperate dive for Elfland. The basic plan being to get to Elfland and buy an iron staff. That is my only goal for this stretch, and let's see if we can make it happen. Beat the game in under 2.5 hours, that is true. Assuming the goal of the game is to kill the pirates, which I'm assuming. You know, I have not heard about any other monsters here. Oh, Iron Staff or Iron Chuck. I'm gonna buy the Iron Chuck, sorry. Iron Staff is not as good as the Chucks are. Dan successfully runs away. Hey there, No Sense of Style. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy your shiny new orb there as well. Thanks again for the continued support. I feel so sad not taking that ogre fight. But we must do this. We must go this way. How many critical hits has Dan suffered? At least 1,000. Possibly more in the last hour. Who's going to take this? Of course it's going to be Dan. Who else would take that to the face? Sell the woodchucks, and let's at least... we do have an ogre fight coming up. Give this a quick go. We'll see if we get the single ogre or the double ogre here. Double ogre. Alright, we'll do a damage test. I'm not expecting to win this battle. But let's see how much damage we can do with these chucks. 23, that's a big improvement. 0, alright, that's more like it. That is more like Dan. The run chance is based on the status of the party member that's 2 slots below you. In this case, the character 2 slots below me is dead. And so that is going to be what our run chance is based on, which is more difficult than if we had a living character there. Death is one of the more severe status elements for impacting your run chance overall. I kind of want to try these sharks, but at the same time, I'm very terrified of them. Hey there, Nobody14, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here, and are ready for some Final Fantasy, because we got a whole bunch of punching. Also a little bit of kicking and slapping. Okay, solo shark, this should go better, but still probably not in our favor. Miss. Good start. Good start. 2 misses. Do an excellent, Dan. Give him a critical miss next time. 32, actually, that's not bad. Only takes 4 hits to do it, but 4 hits when you have this low accuracy is hard. 59 on the shark. Still 59. Still 59. Oh, we got him. We got the shark. 129 damage in total, and there he is. 41 imps worth of experience? It's pretty good. It's a pretty good amount compared to what we've been getting. Because we need another 210 imps for this next level up now. So those sharks are going to be really good. They are going to be the ogres of the sea, in fact. Could probably have done the ogres of the overworld. Those would also have been a good fight right now. But I'm going to try the ogres of the sea for a little bit. Find out if this is an improvement over the land. I mean, now that we got the iron chuck, we should be doing much better against the ogres and iguanas, so I think those will get, in general, significantly easier with that upgrade. Oh, nice, another Dan crit. That was a very big swing. And then every other attack's been a miss. He's either crit or missed every single round of this fight so far. There we go, our first non-critical hit and last hit either way. Last hit on Dan. Better luck next time, Dan. Are imps like Agama pennies? Look, I thought I explained this earlier. Agama bucks have suffered some inflation, but they're not that worthless. You can still get all kinds of Agama products for your Agama bucks. You don't have to rush out at this moment. Unless you are in danger of being murdered by iguanas, in which case you should hurry as fast as possible to the nearest exit. Spend all of your Agama bucks and then come back to watch the rest of the run. Alright, 2 Mad Ponies was pretty close before. Let's see if it's better now. We've got 30 more HP and like 50% more damage. I think 1 out of like 10 tries we got the double Mad Pony. This one was starting really good. It was starting really good. And then the Mad Pony just annihilated us in a hurry. I am beginning to think the 100% Dan may in fact be the problem with our setup. That is the one thing that we can't control. The 2 things we can't control are Dan's 2 hit points. Those things are out of this world. I wonder if we can take a Gerwolf now if it shows up. Or if we're still gonna have problems against those things. We'll find out. I want to see Dan's bare hands first. 23, alright, so about the same. Barehanded attacks did not get much better. We're only gonna have to rely on that Iron Chuck for a bit to do a lot of the work here. Alright, Kaiden, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for the good wishes there. We will definitely need it to survive with this Dan as much as we can. Iguana with the critical again! This is why iguanas are so untrustworthy. They're the most deceptive and maliciously manipulative monsters you can imagine. They sucker you into believing that they're gonna be nice and easy and free experience and then just punch you right in the gut. Every single time. Mad Pony here. 2 Mad Ponies seem to be pretty much the limit of what we could take, and even then it was a close thing. 4 Mad Pony ambush, I'm probably gonna pass. I'm gonna say no to that. We'll see if we can do Kaizoku. If we get 1 or 2 Kaizoku, I bet we could. We get 5, I think we're gonna be in trouble. 3, I didn't think about this case. 3 might be a doable one. Depends on how much damage we do here. 0. Alright, so if we do 0 damage per round, and there's 3 Kaizoku damaging us, I think that means we have Dan in the party. That is my only conclusion from this information. One Kaizoku out of the way. Kaizoku are not great for experience, although I think they're the same as a creep. 15, which means actually 60 before it's divided 4 ways in the base game. Just that their money is really good overall. Even solo black belts do need gold. They do have a very expensive inbill and a lot of potions to buy. There we go. 3 Kaizokus were doable. It took some heal potions. But that's reasonable because you can actually use heal potions once you've gotten a couple of the Kaizoku out of the way. If Dan was a Pokemon trainer, how many Pokemon could he catch? I bet he could catch himself. Would that count? What is the endgame armor? Endgame is going to be Opal Bracelet, Ribbon, and Pro Ring. I don't intend to use the Black Belt armor glitch at all. The armor glitch allows you to have the ribbon on. And also get the full benefit of the Black Belt's defensive score. Let's try another shark here. So you know what? Yeah, let's do a shark. But the defense glitch is not really a big deal when you're going to level 50. Because it's the difference between 43 and 50 absorb on your solo black belt. It's more important when you've got multiple black belts or other characters that need the Opal Bracelet, because then you'd only have 33 on the black belt if their best armor was the gold bracelet instead. There's the crit. Let's see if Dan can finish this off, or will Dan get finished off here? Looking like Dan's getting finished off. So close, so close. We had 100 damage on the shark. Actually, I think that until we're level 9, we just want to keep the Chuck on all the time. It's 20 versus 14. Actually, technically, better to leave the Chuck off for the wolf fights. That's a surprisingly small difference. I am surprised that the Iron Chuck could lose to the Fist at this point still. Does armor affect the Black Belt's magic defense? No. So, the magic defense is just the property that every character has, and the Black Belt happens to get a very good growth rate compared to the rest of them. Black Belt gets 4 magic defense per level up, whereas most of the characters get 1, 2, or 3. Are there 3 ribbons in the game to encourage you to have a black belt with no armor? No. I am pretty sure that there was not a lot of planning whatsoever into the endgame item selection. Certainly not into the ribbon count. 3 is just kind of an awkward number, though. Like, if they'd made it 2 or made it 4, both of those would have kind of made sense. Like, either you get everybody a ribbon, or ribbons are kind of rare and selective and you have to figure out who to put them on. 3 kind of feels like one person's getting left out, as opposed to other people getting picked. And it's a little bit of a different dynamic for the selection process. Hey there, Sotem. Yeah, you always get double your base attack rate for the black belt if he's unarmed. So we usually say this is what the number of hits the black belt has per round, and then just always multiply it by 2 for the fists. And that stacks with fast, which is one of the few things that does combine together with fast doubling your attacks on top of it. And that's why black belts can get critically high in terms of damage, just absolutely crazy, doing 32 attacks per round, whereas every other character is capped at 16. Do they have an idea that we'd have Dans in our team? Probably. I think that they could maybe have had their prototypical equivalent of Dan and realize somebody's going to be really terrible and unloved on your team. You might as well just save the ribbon and only put 3 in the game to reduce space. I'm gonna go ahead and try the Kaizoku fight again. It worked with 3. I think 2 would be a lot safer. But let's see how many we get here. Four Kaizoku, but first strike. First strike doesn't really help us because it's several rounds to kill a Kaizoku. But let's see what we can do. Just gotta get like 50% fewer misses in the last Kaizoku fight and we'll be fine. Especially early on. Misses later are way less important because you have fewer Kaizokus hitting you once you knock a few of them out. Alright, that was a really waste of a route. Everybody on the field missed. Alright, one Kaizoku down, so we are starting a 3 Kaizoku fight down 1 heal potion, basically. So that seems doable still. We need to get a decent amount of speed here. We need to, like, reset. That one's not working now. Guess we can try the shark again. He's up next. Shark is a really good experience, but very, very tough. The nice thing about the shark, though, guaranteed to only have 1, whereas the ogre is 50-50 for 1 versus 2. And we definitely can't take 2 ogres. I think we'd have a better chance of 1 ogre versus 1 shark, given the shark just dodges so often. I may actually still prefer ogre here overall. 60 damage so far on the shark. Can you finish this fight out, Dan? You're a critical hit away from being done. You're also 1 bite away from being done, so that's not good odds. And Dan misses. Terminate. Dan has been terminated. Alright, let's try the iguanas again. We have iguana mad pony coming up. I would say iguana feels like it's gotten easier, but it's not true. Nothing is easy for Dan, except for dying and failing. Those 2 things come naturally to him, but everything else is a challenge. And critical hit to death. Try again. Mad Pony's up next. Then we have some wolf fights. Ooh, double Mad Pony. Decent chance here, as long as we don't get critical again. It's been kind of subtle watching the damage reduction improve on the black belt. You get very, very small gains. 1 extra absorb per level up. But like it's taken the Mad Ponies down from like 25 damage to, 15 or 16 for a lot of their double hits. And that's made it so much more survivable for doing this. Like when we got to here at level 5, Dan was getting absolutely mauled by the double Mad Pony, not even getting 1 down. And now we're not doing much more damage. We're taking so much less per round. This becomes, not too bad. See how we're doing on our experience? 432 left, so we need to get 72 more imps worth of experience, which is approximately, 5 fights. Okay, we'll take the check off for these. Trying the wolves. 2 wolf battles here. We're hoping to not see any gerwolves, which makes the battle reasonably doable. Okay, we got some gerwolves and we got a wolf infestation here. Maybe we'll get lucky and kill the gerwolf really fast. What is the goal right now? So basically there's no point doing Marsh Cave until you can actually kill Astos. So we're looking to do the most efficient grinding up until we have the ability to kill Astos, which is, I'm guessing, like level 14 or so. 14 or 15 seems like the right range for it. Hey there, Nightmare James. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid there, and hope those of you that watched Nightmare James had a lovely time, because we've got Dan dying a whole bunch in the solo black belt challenge here tonight. That's right, 1 black belt all night long. And then also all night long Saturday and probably Sunday as well. There'll be a whole lot of black belts, is what I mean to say. Hey there, Kefka Time. Thanks to the good wishes there. And welcome in. Ooh, good first round. Feels like our first legitimately possible success on a Gerwa fight. Hey there, Formatzi. This does, for me, have a lot of fun because I really enjoy playing Final Fantasy and being creative in this game, which is a big requirement when you do these challenge runs. Try to figure out the, not just optimal way of doing it, but any way of successfully going through the early game with a black belt is really challenging. This is a character class which is going to be terrible early, pretty decent in the mid game, and then phenomenally good late. So you are front-loading all the pain here. This is going to be the hard slog. And then once we get past, I would say past Lich, it'll soften up a bit. And then once we get past the ice cave, I think it'll be like a smooth sailing all the way to the end. Much different compared to like the solo fighter Red Mage, where they started off amazing. And they hit little road bumps. Like Red Mage didn't hit a lot because you get the really good spells like Fire 2 in time to be great at grinding. But the solo fighter hit a lot of roadblocks early on. It's like the mid game was tough for him. Alright, Nightmare James, have a good night. Pleasant dreams, and thank you very much for that, host there. Hey there, Killink. Did you miss the 15 puzzle? Not yet. I have not yet done the 15 puzzle. You got time. To its 20 damage. Maybe you should have kept the Chuck on. Chuck probably would have been in the 20s instead of below 20. So we got 33 here so far. 52. The upside is the fists aren't going to miss as much. 76. Got a good chance here. Need 24 more to go. And got him. There's a good ogre fight. Level 8 for the Danster. Not very good statistically, but we did get the level up for it. And the level is pretty significant in terms of our damage output. So, 1626 versus 2026. At this point, still kind of favoring the Chucks a little bit, but I could maybe make an argument for leaving the Chucks off by default. Forgot how slow this game is in the base game. You'll get used to it. We do a bunch of single segment for Season 4. You'll be surprised at how fast Randomizer is when we go back to it. That'll be actually tough going back and forth between Randomizer and speedrunning because of the differences in timing for the menus, especially being a really significant thing. Right now, Black Belt Fists would be a lower chance because I think that Iron Chuck is past item number 7 in the item list. So Iron Chuck probably has like a 4.5% critical hit rate, whereas the Fists have a 4%. And for all other characters besides the Black Belt, you actually have like basically no critical hits if you're barehanded. The Black Belt has a special property though, which is their Fists actually work for criticals. Hey there, Deucelove. I plan on going for a better any percent time anytime soon, so I am planning to work on single segment speedruns in the near future, which will look pretty similar to any percent in that you reset a whole bunch, you fight a lot of ogres, you die to Astos, and then usually Lich kills you. The neat thing about single segment, beyond just the fact that you don't have to reset the game at all, is that everything is so interconnected that you have like no margin for mistakes or errors to correct things. It's an interesting exercise for kind of the routing and the step walking throughout a lot of the game. Live routing streams. I might do the routing online. Depends on when I actually have time to work on it versus working on Dragon Warrior 4, which is also a pretty big priority for me. Like, I don't want to get too into Season 4 before Dragon Warrior 4 run starts so that I will be able to keep up with those. Alright, 5 Kaizoku confirmed. Kaizoku's too many. Let's go back to the wolves. Throw Dan to the wolves and get some more goals. Alright, let's try the regular wolf start. Just punch one wolf per round and leave Gerwolf for last and see if that works better for a strategy. I've been doing mostly Gerwolf first with these, because it was like, you either crit the Gerwolf or you're going to definitely die. But at this point, we could probably take out the regular wolves and do it in DPS order. Are there going to be Man-Cats of Destiny? Well, if we update the single segment route, I believe we don't have to deal with the Man-Cats in ordeals. There is a single segment route that Sandbag worked on that has slightly better encounters in the second half of the game. And so I'm interested in at least studying it to see what it looks like and see how well it plays. Because I'd love to have a single segment route that finishes more often. When I was doing single segment before, basically you go like a 2-week span without finishing. And it gets rough doing that first 15 minutes over and over and over again. We're gonna have some Dan Cats of Mestiny. That one was a stretch, Avon. We will give you a C- for that pun. More of a spoonerism. Oh, there we go. We got the crit. See, that's what I was hoping to see early on in the Gerwolf fights, is to see one of those crits and then the rest of it goes really well. So we have 350 imps at this point, and there was a request to see if we could do some 15 puzzle. Which, 15 puzzle in NES is a very low reward. You get 100 gold for it. If I was desperate, I'd do this in order to get cash to stay at an inn somewhere. Just the way around. Just have to do this way up here. It's a weird feeling for this 15 puzzle compared to the remakes in terms of what it does to your cursor after the pieces move. It's like it feels like in very bizarre spots. Way around. Gonna go this way. There you go. There's a 15 puzzle for you, Killer Ink. Hope you enjoyed it. Alright, we saved with our 15 puzzle completion, and let's get back into this grind here. So I'm gonna do Ogre, which probably is still Chuck on. Chuck on boneless ogre ribs is what is for dinner here tonight. Actually, I need to do the south one. Gotta be in this zone down here. Double. Lost the 50-50 gamble. Okay, so go for the werewolf play. 1 in 3 chance of no werewolves. Could do the Kaizakus as well, but werewolves seemed like a better strategy, and it turned out to not be. Alright, next up, going to the town is going to be a regular wolf fight here. And then we get our pal Iguana again. Oh, and Tipo, thank you very much for those bits there. We'll put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond! We will relieve it with punching upon our revival. Look forward to that. We will also punch the other towns, just to make sure that they don't feel left out. Is the Elfland Zone south of that forest? It's complicated. There is one of the Elfland Zones south of Provoca, and the other Elfland Zone is basically northwest of that spot. But they do reuse a couple of the zone lists in terms of what monsters are where. Also, how are these wolves not dying? I looked away for a second, and then Dan just gets utterly demolished by wolves. If I take my eyes off of him, he just completely gives up. Okay, 3 wolves left to go. Decent experience if we can get a 6-wolf Gerwolf battle. This is the most you can get in this particular formation here. I'm not a huge fan of it just because the Gerwolf is such a pain to take out. But it's starting to become practical with that recent level 8 level up. Starting is the emphasis on that. Down below 320 imps left. Looking really solid there. It's a 40 and a half imp fight actually for that particular wolf fight. So while it sounds like a lot to say we need like 320 more imps worth of XP, you're getting big chunks of it every time you can win one of these battles. To get the little wizard, you can just punch everything, yes. Because at level 10 we'll get double attacks. So we go from 2 attacks to 4 attacks. And also at level 10 we'll have our fist be as strong as this wooden chuck, or iron chuck. And so we'll do really, really good damage. Like 4 times what you see right here. And so all of this stuff, like the iguanas and ogres and all that, they'll all be pretty easy. Another 25 and a half imps right there. Who's coming up next? So we got wolves, and then we got wolf and then ogre. I would love to do more shark fights, but sadly my sharks and ogres are at the same time. And it's tough to decide whether I want to try for the 50-50 ogre or the guaranteed crack at the shark. We'll start this way. Beginning to think it doesn't make a huge difference which order I go at this point. Just because our damage is going down from the regular wolves. Thanks to having enough defense that it's nerfing most of their hits. Girl's starting to get a little bit frisky there. Make sure that he calms down. Gerwolf must be patient, cool, and calculated in order to lure Dan into this trap of thinking that he can win. But he cannot. Dan is victorious. Versus the wolves once more. Another sell at 39.5 imps worth of experience. How's the damage stat for unarmed black belts calculated? So, unarmed black belt basically is using your level for the calculation. So it's going up by 1 every level for your base damage with the fists. Attacks per round is still the same accuracy score as before, so that hasn't changed, but the nice benefit is that you get double attacks if you're using fists compared to any other weapon. So if you have, according to the base calculation, 1 attack per round with a weapon, then you'd have 2 attacks per round with the fists. And most of the Black Belt's weapons, until you get the Masmian, are going to have +0 to your accuracy score. So it doesn't change anything having gear on or not. Good start here. Could Dan clutch out a double ogre victory? That would be amazing. That is well beyond what I thought he was capable of right now. We got super lucky with those first couple of rounds. And we need that luck to continue here in order for Dan to survive this. Dan's luck is not quite as good as it was before. Gonna risk it. We're gonna go all in. Dan, will you take the ogre out? He's short. He is a little bit short. Dan dies. We lost the double ogre. I thought we had it. I thought we had something really special there. But no, turns out I could not trust Dan. Should have thrown some heal potions on him and tried to out-heal the ogre for a little bit. Hey there, Eternal September. No fantasy with our solo challenges. Season 3 officially complete, and fantasy will return once we have Season 4 beginning. Also probably some test matches between Seasons 3 and 4 that you can play on. Tonight is just an opportunity to enjoy the show. Dan versus the world, and the world is winning. That double ogre would have been so good. Double ogre is 65 imps worth of experience. 65. Would have been legendary. Would have been the biggest feat since Dan took his shoes off. By the Prince of Canuck instead of Dan, at least I'd have an attractive coffin every time that we lost to one of these imps. Iguanas, wolves, ogres, or any other monster that we fight. And we could sell those coffins for a very tidy profit. Okay, we're going to making things interesting. Another 25.5 imps right there. Will Dirt Nap Dan be able to withstand the Peninsula of Power at some point? As bad as it looks right now, I'm telling you, level 25, this game's gonna be really easy. Level 35, Dan is gonna be enjoying things quite substantially, and by level 45, the monsters are going to not know what's punching them before they die. It'll be that fast that they disappear. Alright, this start not nearly as good. Half of our HP gone, we're only halfway through the first ogre. One ogre down now. It's worth doing the heal potions because we can buy a whole bunch of them for the amount of cash that we get for these things. So let's try the safer strategy this time, rather than burning down second ogre here. Alright, Nooster, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and hope you enjoyed the show here today. Alright, 96 hit points versus Ogre 2. Let's see how we do. I do have one more heal potion in reserve as well, if it helps out. It'll probably help out. That was only a half hit. Still need 2 more hits to go. One more hit to go. And ogres have been terminated. There's our first double ogre victory. 65 imps worth of experience right there. That's probably like a third of what we needed at that level up time, yeah. We only have 135 imps left to go. 135? 140 maybe. Let's say 140 imps. I'll be conservative with the number. I don't want to make sure that anybody is misled about our imp quantity remaining. Just grind on the pirates. The pirates at this point would be pretty good. They certainly were tough when we first got here. Took us a couple level ups to be able to beat them, but now we could do pretty decently on them. A lot of experience and gold for that fight. Really just be nice to have a trap tile in a convenient location, so that you're not having to walk back and forth between the battles, and also walk around to different spots depending on what you want. It's like, alright, I'll take an iguana. Walk back and forth. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. Oh wait, this mad pony? I'm one off. Okay, iguana's next. Like, I would like an iguana, but evidently I don't get one until the next fight. Mad ponies have gotten so nice. They were the absolute ruiner of worlds. Even 2 mad ponies was too much for us. Now 2 mad ponies is a dream. It's a breeze. And it's also 21 imps worth of experience. Missed the Dragon Warrior 1 speedruns. Those did have some pretty chill sections, but I found that I was basically as good as I was gonna get for level 19 runs. Like, I could have saved like 5 more minutes with level 19 strats before it'd be like almost impossible to improve. And level 18 Dragon Warrior 1 runs, those basically are, you get to Dragon Lord and you have a very tiny chance of winning. Like, it's almost just obscenely bad for your victory chances. But eventually, once you have a level 18 success, you save so much time on that last level up that you can beat it out even if you have a much worse run qualitatively for the rest of the game. Still black belt at like level 32. Yeah, I think that there's really nothing that forces you to get level ups here, but I feel like once you're into doing this, like, if you can get to level 30 with the black belt, it'll take me less than 3 hours at that point to get to level 50. And so you might as well just get to 50 and then crush the second half of the game. I need an airship. I need to get Opal Bracelet out of Sea Shrine, the ribbon out of the waterfall, Pro Ring out of Gaia, go to Gurgit Volcano and just punch a whole bunch of Agamas in the face. And with quadruple normal experience, because you have other characters dead, so you're getting all of their experience share. Equivalent of 4 Agamas per level up, or 4 Agamas per kill, and then you're talking about like 8 battles per level up. Just super fast for doing that. Hey there, Septicade, welcome in. I want to ask away for questions if you'd like to know anything about what my plans are for this run or about Final Fantasy. We have a lot of time to chat while punching people over and over again. Sometimes getting punched ourselves in turn. Come on, Dan, survive this round. 2 HP. We might be able to heal our way out of this. Nope, never mind. Dan cannot heal. Does not heal in time. Alright, Chuck's back on for the Mad Pony fight. Still need our Chucks for a little while longer. One more level up, and our fists are pretty much at the same attack power as the Chucks. And so it's really not all that significant moving back and forth at that point, in terms of the amount of absorb the monsters have. One Mad Pony down. Second Mad Pony goes smoothly as well, and there is another 21 imps worth of experience. Getting pretty close to our level 9 there. Level 10 is the critical one. Level 10 is where you get 4 attacks per round with bare hands. And that's such a game changer. Everything that I'm fighting right now is going to die really easily. You could easily do double ogres, you could do probably the ogre-groger fight as well. You wouldn't do Peninsula Power or things like that, but most of the areas around Provoca and Elfland become pretty decent at that point. Helps you get your levels much faster, and then work on your grind towards being able to beat Marsh Cave and Astos. Very lovely ogre fight there, Dan. Got some more Kaizakus coming up, and then back to the land it looks like for a little bit. Chucks are off, and back and forth. Now, because I'm going in and out between the boat battles and the land battles, it becomes trickier to keep track of how many steps there are between the encounters. Ocean's got a lower encounter rate than the overworld, so you're going to skip by some spots where the overworld would have an encounter but the ocean does not. And so your stretch to your next encounter changes as a result. Hey there, Vague Planet. How long would a run like this typically last? It's hard to say typical, because it really depends on what your strategies are like for the early game. I am guessing for solo Black Belt it's going to be like 15, 16 hours or so, conservatively. It might be down around 12 hours, because again, once you get out of the early game, the late game goes so fast. And so I'm planning to do like 5 or 6 hours tonight. Saturday night, we'll do another 5 or 6 hours, and if we need to, we can do more on Sunday as well, or we can do some Dragon Warrior 4, if this is done by that point. Hey there, Soundhound. Welcome in. And Dan says hello as well. It comes out as kind of a muffled squeak because he's currently getting mauled by wolves, but the sentiment is there. Hey, the Amuse Manager. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. We definitely needed some good luck when we first started this. The very beginning of the game is extremely rough. Like, getting Garland killed was a challenge, and then getting here to Provoca and killing the pirates was even bigger. But now Provoca's kind of stabilized, and we're starting to get to the point where we're dealing reasonably well with the Provoca area fights, and just working on getting our levels as smoothly as we can. Average time for the run, I don't know of any other good examples. Like, I know Jay Cooper's done solo black belt. I believe Ness Cardinality's done solo black belt. But most people, including myself here, really just intend it for like a casual challenge. I'm keeping the timer so I know how long I spent on doing things. But I'm not too worried about what my overall time takes. And I do that for most of the runs, which are going to be more than one night. Things that I can do in one sitting. Then I'll think about kind of like optimizing and working on them over time. Probably the longest I could do would be like a... I mean, we've done 4 white mages, and that's like a 10-hour run. Done that a couple times now to work on that a little bit. But the solo black belt's probably longer, or at least a little bit riskier in terms of how the early game works out. Recall some virtual hide-lide. Well, first of all, my condolences, Bolt Vanderhuge. But yes, there will be more virtual hide-lide at the end of the year. Every year, basically, I do a Christmas special where everybody gets some coal in their stocking if they've been naughty, in the form of some virtual hide-lide. So I will probably do that again, where we have a virtual hide-lide holiday special at some point. I'll try the werewolf here. See if he shows up or not. Thief only run on GBA. On GBA, Thief only is not terrible. Because you can use the 15 puzzle to get items on GBA and PSP versions. And so instead of having to grind a whole bunch of levels in order to be able to kill wizards and Astos, use the 15 puzzle to get like the blue fangs, which cast Lit 2. Wizards are going to die in 1, 2 of those. Astos will die in a couple of fangs as well. And you can use blue, white, or red fangs for him. So, like my 4 white mages on NES is 10 hours. 4 white mages on GBA is like 5 hours. It's a huge difference in terms of how long it takes to get out of the early game. Is Thief the most difficult solo run? Yes. Thief is the worst character class in Final Fantasy in all regards, by a very large margin. There is nobody worse in any dimension than the Thief is. And so solo Thief is by far the toughest. Like this one, I'm not even caring about my level ups. Like whatever I get, I'll just take. Solo Thief, you have to make sure that you get a strength point and a vitality point every single level up. If you want to be extra fussy, you have to make sure that you get good HP rolls. I think if you get a lot of vitality points, it's less critical to get perfect HP on top of it. But you still have to reset if you don't get like a certain amount of points every single level up. And that's not an experience that you have with like the black belt here. The black belt's gonna get 999 HP. It doesn't matter what you do. It'll take a little bit longer if you don't get as good vitality rolls, but you're talking about like level 36 versus level 39 maybe. Thief will be like, you're lucky to hit 750 HP. If you don't sculpt it, you might be at like 550. It'll be really, really sad. And his strength won't be enough to kill anything in the late game. It's a tough one because of that. How's early white mage? So early white mage and black mage can take advantage of their spells. White mage can grind on the undead around here with harm 1. Like the ghoul fight and the geist fight, the things that the black belt just like cannot deal with, the white mage actually can use those really effectively. And you have AoE harm before you have AoE fire 2, for example. But both of them have like a pretty decent ability in terms of being able to kill things with spells. And so they suffer a lot for the imp fights. To kill the first couple of imps to get up to like level 2 or 3, you're going to need a lot of luck. But after that, they have a much smoother path from like level 3 to level 10 than this black belt will by far. Does Black Belt automatically get a Vitality point every level? I believe they do get a guaranteed Vitality point every level. Fighter gets a guaranteed Strength point every level. Black Mage gets a guaranteed Intelligence point every level, which is actually useless because Intelligence doesn't work in this game. But the way it works is that for every character level, there is, for your Savile score, which is Strength, Agility, Vitality, Intelligence, Luck, a list of which ones are guaranteed. And the ones that are not guaranteed have a 1 in 4 chance of getting a point anyway. So when you think about what do you need in order for like the Thief to get perfect level ups, well, he might have a scheduled Strength gain or he might have a scheduled Vitality gain, but if he doesn't, it's a 1 in 4 chance, and if he has neither, it's a 1 in 16 chance that you get the level up that you need. And just keep resetting until it happens. What was Intelligence supposed to do? So in Dungeons & Dragons, which almost everything in this game is based off of, Intelligence increased the number of spells you could learn at any particular level, and also had some impact on spellcasting stats. I think it'd be really tough to implement that in Final Fantasy because there's not that many spells, first of all. There's only 4 white magic spells and 4 black magic spells of every tier. You can already learn 3 of the 4. So having high intelligence saying you can learn a 4th spell, not a big deal. In the remakes, they changed it so that intelligence influences the damage rolls, which is not a Dungeons & Dragons concept, but at least gives intelligence something to do. And it makes it so that white and black mages are better at spellcasting than a red mage or somebody using an item, which is nice to have like some more value for those pure casters. In the original NES Final Fantasy, like, the red mage is so much better than the white and black mages because you have no problem with spell damage, like you get the same values as anybody else, and you've a lot more versatility in terms of a good selection of spells at every tier is possible with 8 chances to get things instead of 4. Hey there, Linux man. Solo black belt's going pretty good. We've kind of turned the corner where we've gone from really struggling on all the fights in this area to being kind of confident that we can win all the battles. And it's not 100% success, but we're doing pretty good at the Provoca area monsters. And I'm currently just scoping out the fights that seem like the most promising between these different zones that I've got access to right now. So I'm bouncing back and forth between ocean and overworld and different overworld zones depending on what's available. Ooh, quintuple Kaisuku and an ambush. We might be able to do this at level 9. This is how much stronger we got at level 9 compared to level 7 or 8. These things become actually practical. Never mind. Never mind. I've changed my mind on that one. That one went south in a hurry. Let's just stick with no chuck. Level 9 is supposed to be the break-even point for no chucks. Level 10 is definitely where your bare hands are strictly better. And you can already see how much more damage those bare hands are doing. It is impressive how that looks. Yeah, this game definitely predates 3.5 by a lot. It would have had AD&D out at the time that it was made, but original Dungeons & Dragons was probably more prevalent in Japan at that era. So imagine that it is not even AD&D, but original Dungeons & Dragons, which is why Merilith is there. Merilith is the Type 5 demon in the original D&D. I think it's Type 5. And so you can see like all the inspiration. The only thing that was a little bit obscured is that they were afraid of getting sued when they made the US release of the game, and they took the Beholder out. And that's why we've got the funny looking eye graphic he was actually called Beholder in the Japanese version, and it was very clearly a beholder. And they kind of redrew it to be the squat and lumpy eye that we got instead. Needs more Thack Zero, yes. Thacko is pretty fun. I missed that system from like Baldur's Gate games. Because once you understand how it works, it's not like it's a hard concept to know. But it is confusing why it goes down instead of up as you get better and things like that. Most games in the late 80s, early 90s kind of stole the Thacko model. Like you play Baldur's Gate, you play the Bard's Tale series, anything that's kind of Dungeons & Dragons like, or officially Dungeons & Dragons, tended to use that kind of principle for it. Because people just understood the concept, and they figured that people had played the Dungeons & Dragons games, so rather than teach them something new, we'll just reuse it. You think the eye looks better than the Beholder? I don't know about that, Solar Flare. The Beholder is probably the best monster in Final Fantasy graphic-wise. Like, it is amazing looking. Nice. Got our 4 Kaizakus there. Kaizaku, that is 10 imps per Kaizaku, but also the cash is pretty good too. Hey there, Sandman Ahoy, welcome in. Dan, in fact, well, I don't know if lives is the right term. Dan suffers may be a more accurate description of what's happening here. Yeah, wizards are, they're not mind flayers. Sorcerers are mind flayers. Wizards are Pisco Demons, which is a mind flayer relative. Again, these things are like, in the Japanese version, it actually says Pisco Demon or mind flayer. Like, they're not beating around the bush about taking the source material. And in the US version, in addition to shortening the names, because you have 8 characters for everything, they did a lot of obscuring. Back to our Kaizaku fights here. Just really not much of a good fight anywhere else. I could go with the Grump Werewolf battle, but the problem with that is the poisons, and I don't really want to have to deal with pure potions at all at this point. $75 a pop, and it's just a pain to be poisoned in battle when the fights take this long to resolve. Hey, nice Septicay. Glad you're enjoying it. Another 30 imps there. How many imps do we need for level 10 here? Oh, only like 222. That seems reasonable. I feel like we could do level 10 here pretty fast, and then things get wild with the black belt. At level 10 we get our additional attack per round, which is doubled again for your bare hands. So we'd have 4 attacks, doing slightly more damage than I'm doing right now. So take whatever I'm doing currently, double it, and add like 5 more. That's when we can take on all these fights super easy. It's like a potential chance to one-shot ogres if you get really lucky. Be super smooth doing these. Take the Groger fights. I don't know if I can take giants. I think giants have too much armor for us to punch through. But we'd certainly be much faster with our grinds. I'd be shocked if somebody hasn't built a Final Fantasy themed Dungeons & Dragons campaign without even knowing that Final Fantasy is in turn based on Dungeons & Dragons. And just being amazed at how easy it was to make everything match up. Ooh, do I do Shark Arsag? So Arsag's optional. And he probably doesn't do too much damage while I'm trying to kill the shark here. This could be a better one than the Wolf Gerwa fight. Shark is kind of like the Ogre of the Sea. He's worth a little bit more, but he's harder to hit. So we're going to do less damage per round. Oh yeah, that was really nice. That was a good shark fight. So he's worth 41 imps. Let's try and get our Kaisakus here next. I'd say I'd go like heavier on the sharks, but because they come across the same time as the ogres do on the land, I feel like the ogres are the better ones now that we can sometimes do a double ogre fight successfully. Good luck to Dan, yes, he will need it. He will need it like a boot to the head, which he's already gotten plenty of. There we go. I was wondering why it wasn't resetting. I've got two Nintendos next to each other, and I was hitting the reset button on the wrong Nintendo. It makes things work a lot better when you use the correct Nintendo for resetting. Alright, nice quick iguana there. Let's go to the ogre fight. I'm actually going to do a heal potion here. See if this saves time over doing in trips at this point. I can buy a bunch of heal potions much faster than I can do an in trip every time. And so if I can do 2 fights with a heal potion or 2, then I'd have no qualms about using a couple of these heals up, or maybe even doing 10 so I can do the real ogre grind. You've seen me do speedruns. There's kind of like this pattern you go through that you get ogres a good about 75-80% of the time. And it's tough to do if you need to in between all the fights. But when there is this easy access to recovery, then it could be possible again. Certainly at level 10, I think we could do it. We will try a level 10 ogre grind to see how it goes. Okay, so Hag Arsag we don't want. I don't think I can get to the ogre fight in time, so let's just burn this encounter off really fast. And go to our ogres. Got 2 ogres back to back coming up here. 2 ogres and possibly 2 more ogres yet to go. These will definitely need a heal in between. 2 ogres still pushes us quite close to our limits. Uncomfortably so, in fact. If that punch had killed it, we'd be in really good shape here. Where was that critical earlier, Dan? We needed those 65s to get that first ogre done faster. So 44, he's got 100 hit points. Let's see if we can do it without a heal. 72, looking pretty good. Need 1 more hit just like that. A little bit short, Dan. Just a little bit short. And didn't get it. Crushing. Crushing defeat. So close to the double ogre and yet so far. It's okay, we can try again. At least 1 ogre here. That's the kind of ogre fight we needed last time. If we had one of those, everything would be perfect right now. Alright, coming out of this, I'm going to try the Shark Arsag again, see if our pal Arsag is there. If not, you still get a solid 44 imps worth of experience. Alright. Shark is so much easier now that we can punch him. With punching giving us 2 attacks per round instead of 1. It is way less likely that we miss, and there is our level 10. Now, we will unleash the Dan Cannon. See how much more damage that we can do with our level 10 punching. At this point, weapons pretty much obsolete. We haven't had armor for a long time. We are unlikely to ever use a weapon again. Not even the Mazmoon is going to be as good as our Black Belt Fists by the time that we finish this. Hey there, Team Murdoch. It's still a level 50 run. I'll probably do level 50 just because it's more convenient, rather than trying to find a good stopping point before that. It's so easy to get from level 30 to 50 with a Black Belt that I don't see a reason why I need to try it like level 35, level 40 to see which ones work. Just go to 50 and then crush Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos. Up until that point, though, you got a lot of work to do, because getting from level 1 to level 10 right here probably is longer time-wise. It'll take us to get from 30 to 50. Like, we're past the hardest part of the grind so far. Is Ribbon useful for a Black Belt? You do have really good magic defense as a Black Belt, but you have basically perfect magic defense if you got a Ribbon on. Ribbon makes it so it's a 3 and 256 to get hit by critical hits or special attacks, and the Black Belt's pretty close to that, but he's not as perfect and guaranteed. So I would say that at least up through level 40 you should have the Ribbon on. You're going to have the Opal Bracelet, the Pro Ring, so 43 is your break-even point in terms of when the Black Belt's armor rating naked actually equals his equipment. And from 4 to 50, does it really matter? Probably not. You could do whatever you want and almost certainly succeed. The Black Belt's just so powerful, you're not going to have a problem. Ribbon does count as equipment, so the Black Belt either has his base armor, which is equal to his level. If you're naked, that's what you get. If you have any gear on whatsoever, then your base armor is 0, and you have to just get good gear. And with Solo Black Belt, you've got the Opal Bracelet, which is 34, the Pro Ring, which is 8, and the Ribbon, which is 1 defense, so that's 43 total. And that means that gear is better than being naked once you get the Airship, up until level 43, and then 44 to 50 being naked technically better than having gear, except for the magic defense issue. And I would argue that one, it doesn't really matter because you'll be invincible anyway. But if you did want to try it out, that you could keep the gear on for a little bit and it wouldn't make much of a difference either way. Yeah, no Pro Cape, sadly. Black Belt's missing out on a shield slot item. He cannot use Pro Cape, cannot use Buckler. Double Ogre Grogar. Did we get so much better that we could go from losing to Double Ogre to beating him with a Grogar pal? This is the demonstration of how much level 10 is worth over level 9. Almost one-shot that ogre right there. 99, so close. 126, there's a one-shot. Onto our Grogar next, and it's gotta be close, but I think we got it. Got him. It's that 1 point of strength, so it's based on your accuracy score. You get 3 points of accuracy per level up. And every 32 points of accuracy, you get an additional attack, which with your fists is doubled, so you get 2 additional attacks. So it's a really, really big increase in your attack power at level 10, which is the first time that you get that 32 bump. The HP is also pretty nice. This game, you either get what are called strong level ups, which is 25 plus your base HP gains, or you get a weak level up, which is just your base HP gain. And your base HP gain starts off at like 3 or 4 points. For a black belt, it's pretty decent. It'll be like 15. But for other classes, it's only like 6 or 7. So it really depends on when the strong level ups happen, and those will be very noticeable for the increases. And it's all pre-planned based on your level. Or at least the strong level ups are pre-planned. The weak ones, for your additional growth, that's randomized based on whatever frame that you hit the button at the end of the fight. Hey, Pastor SKD. Why is Dan the only one alive? Because we're doing a solo black belt challenge right here. Which means I have to beat the game using only one character the entire time. I killed the other characters off in the very first battle. They never attacked or anything. And then once they were dead, Dan has gone to town and has soloed the game. And he will continue to do that until he has achieved total victory and domination. Okay, looks like we don't have any good fights coming up for a little bit. Let's see if we can get a real ogre grind going. So we're going to do the boat for 1. Land for 1. And boat again. And you notice that we were getting ogres like every 5 or 6 battles before. This is the manipulation you do in the speedruns to get a whole bunch of ogres. So this time we're going to go all the way over here. These 2 squares are a different zone than the other ones because of the way the squares interact on the overworld. Everything's big giant grids, and depending on what grid square you're in will determine what the encounters are. So there's an ogre fight. And we go over here. What's this, another ogre fight? How about over here? Look at that, it's another ogre fight. Why is Black Belt 42 the benchmark in Final Fantasy Randomizer? Well, I think a lot of people go with really crazy amounts of levels in some of the randomizer runs, but yeah, 42 has, I believe, your last attack multiplier gain, which is when you get up to 16 attacks per round. But almost every randomizer monster configuration, you should probably be able to beat the game much, much earlier than that. Like when I do my randomizer with Short Temple of Fiends, I'm almost always going to be at level 26 or so at the end. And even that's usually overkill. Assuming you got reasonable spells and skills to work with. By the way, more ogres. There is a spot where you can't keep this up. So, over like the first 20 or so battles, you can get like 16 ogre fights. It works out very nicely for doing your early game grinds. Especially in the speedruns where you're trying to plan out exactly how many loops you need and how much experience you want before moving on to the next section. That's when having things like this is really important mechanism, so that you can set this up and just run through it like 2 or 3 times you need to on any percent. Also assuming not 4 thieves, even if you got 4 thieves. Randomizer, you got a much easier time. Because you probably don't have as good of a skill and spell list on the bosses as you would in the base game. Like, if you think about how the game works, the imps can only get harder. Chaos can only get easier. And for equipment, you know, the first treasure chest can only get better, the last treasure chest can only get worse. So it tends to be that you get things earlier in randomizer and things get easier in the late game than in the base game. That's the one we skip. Over here we have 2 more ogre fights to go. Would chaos with war mech spells be easier than vanilla? War mech just does nuclear a lot, and nuclear is 80 to 320 damage with no resistance, because it's non-elemental. That's pretty brutal. Chaos's skills... I mean, Swirl and Tornado are pretty close, but Crack is blockable with a ribbon. Like, just totally does nothing. Inferno does, I believe, less than that damage range, and it's blockable with Fire Resist. So you have, like, a very big reduction in his skill use. His spells are mostly, like, Fire 3, Lit 3 type stuff. And those are kind of a joke, actually, by the time you get there. So I think that, Chaos would be much harder with just nuclear 50% of the time, attack 50% of the time, compared to his current script. My opinion. But hopefully it's convinced you. That's true, Pajamas. If you got a really crazy amount of variance, like you set the monster stats to be like up to plus 250% or something like that, then you do have the problem of things being basically unhittable, which what they've done is tend to have put caps on how high the stats can go. So rather than having to like level up a whole bunch, they just made it so that you can't get, you know, 250 evasion monsters, which I think is a reasonable solution. More ogres, and we have one more ogre fight, and then an iguana, and then one more ogre fight. That's where I usually cut the end of the loop there, and one loop through there was... We got level 11 already, so it's super fast with these ogre loops to do this grind at this point. I'm going to be working to see if we can get around level 14 or 15. That's where I want to try doing Astos at. At some point you need to do Marsh Cave, but I feel like it's not really worthwhile to do Marsh Cave any earlier than just doing Astos, because Marsh Cave you can't grind in at all. There's no treasures or anything that are useful inside. So you might as well just do Marsh Cave, get the crown, and then immediately walk to Astos afterwards. Tint up, one last ogre fight here. We'll go in and restock our items now that we got all of this ogre cash on us. Yes, a good double ogre there. Feels reasonable. We didn't get ambushed, so I don't think that we're gonna be in danger of dying here. Not with our Fists of Doom hitting 4 times per round. And that is our first complete ogre loop. Let's see how much we need for level 12 right here. Only 500 imps. That seems very doable. We got 195 per ogre. We get more than that for a Grogre. I bet that is less than 1 loop. I think we're getting like 1 loop per level here. And so we should hit 15 pretty fast overall. Alright, so at item shop, let's get a bunch of tents. At some point it'll make sense to get cabins and houses so that you're buying less items, but for right now these are the more economical ways of saving the game. And a whole bunch of heals. Which, with one character alive, heal potions are better than tents. They both give you 30 recovery. Heal potion is faster and costs 15 less. If you got multiple characters, then tents are better used on the overworld because they give everybody 30 recovery instead of only a single person. And at this stage, there is literally nothing left to spend until you get to the pro ring. So you can buy as many heal potions as you'd like. In fact, you're kind of encouraged to get 99 of these things at pretty much all times. How much do cabins heal for? 60. And houses heal for 120. So they cost a lot more, and it's only doubling each level. 75 for 30, 250 for 60, or 3,000 for 120. Damn, doing the potion waltz here. Can't believe we can still afford 50 more heal potions. There was a time we had to in up between every single fight. There was a time we were dying like 90% of the fights. Just inning up would have been a blessing. Now though, we can take good 5 or 6 battles in a row before having to worry about even saving. Hey there, Blind Umpire, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Let's go down to 2,000 gold here. Pick up a couple pure potions finally. I don't need the pure potions yet. I will not get any poisonous monsters walking around because we're manipulating all the encounters to be ogres, more or less. But, at some point, aka the Marsh Cave, we're going to need a whole bunch of these things, so I will begin loading up now to split this load into a couple pieces. Hey there, Xanth. Thank you very much for renewing there. Glad you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thanks again. Yeah, the bug with the houses is it saves the game and then gives you the spells back. So if you reset, it'll return you to the load point, but the spells aren't there. And that has frustrated many a person playing Final Fantasy in the past. Dragon Quest 1 for 3 for the Switch. Is it just the Wii version ported over? Like, I've got the Wii collection already. And I'm assuming that they're not going to do anything for that besides just do the Super Famicom 1, 2, and 3 and maybe the art gallery again. It did have some neat stuff in the art gallery for the Wii collection, but that was really all it is. It's a convenient way to do the Super Famicom game still. Never seen the Wii art collection. I'll have to show it off the next time I'm playing on the Wii 1, 2, and 3. I've done, I think, streams of Dragon Quest 1 on the Wii. This is the shortest one and the easiest one to do with a bad controller. The menus in 2 and 3 are a little bit more intense when you're playing with the Wiimote. Wii versions are all in Japanese. It never had a US release. The 1, 2, and 3 Super Famicom, the only US release until the mobile phone versions was just the Game Boy Color versions. Which is a shame because the Super Famicom ones are beautiful. Like, just so much more detail and obviously color. And the backgrounds are really great. Much more fluid, less lag overall. But I love the GBC ones because they're pretty accessible. Oh hey, welcome back, Nooster. Hopefully we can get you to chill out with your cat there. Make sure the cat hears the soothing sounds of Dan screaming down the hallways when he's poisoned. Easy to do it this way. Heal up, and let's do the Groger fight. Is it Groger next, or do we have another ogre fight? I think it's Groger next. Feels weird doing these loops with the solo challenge ones because you don't have the normal dynamic of basically getting through these battles with very little damage and using a couple of heal spells off like a red mage or something to stay alive. So you're using heal potions and tents quite liberally. Oh boy. Well, might not be getting this Groger, that's why we saved up. Gonna need some big swings and a dodge. Nope. Try again, Dan. Better luck next time. Also messed that position up. What I will do... I don't know if I've got enough steps to get here for the real fight. This one you're supposed to skip anyway. And I have to get all the way to that left-hand zone for 2 ogre battles in a row. Alright, good. We do make it. Making sure I didn't need to drop another tent there. I missed out on, in addition to the Groger fight, 1 regular ogre fight. I might go ahead and play the Grogers more cautiously. You can do a regular ogre fight whenever those Grogers are around by going 1 zone to the north. So pretty much, just another one of these. On to our iguana side. We will destroy the countryside and all the iguanas that it contains. Just give Dan the time and the fist to get it done. That's not what I want. Well, good thing I got the pure potion there. Was walking in the wrong zone temporarily. And I almost paid the price for that. Alright, so werewolf fight out of the way, so now back to the ogres. Let's resume our regularly scheduled ogre battles here. First time you've seen somebody do a solo black belt run. Yeah, this would be a odd character class to pick. I've certainly seen people do solo challenges. I've seen 2 people do solo black belt. But if you want an easy one, Fighter and Red Mage are the ones that are consistently easy from beginning to end. Black Belt's easy to finish, very hard to start. And then White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief are the ones that are really tough throughout. Especially the Thief. Hey Tanzilla, how long does this usually take? So, I don't know. I am guessing that worst case is like 15 hours. Probably more like 12. And that's based on the fact that once you get past the ice cave, the rest of the game is really trivial with a black belt. So if I'm at like 4 hours here, we're still working on Astos grind. We get, let's say another hour for being ready for Astos. We do him tonight, and then you gotta do a little bit of grinding for Lich. Then you're pretty much home free for a little bit. You get a relatively easy stretch for Ordeals. You don't class change, but you still want to go to Ordeals so that you can grab the Zeus Gauntlet and the free gold bracelet inside. Swing by Gurgir Volcano, punch carry out. Go to the Ice Cave, which is actually a little bit difficult. Zeus Gauntlet does make the Ice Cave easier because you have an AoE item to use against the wizards. But basically you go through there and you're home free. Once you have the airship, you buy the pro ring, you get the opal bracelet, you get the ribbon out of the waterfall, and then just punch Agamas until your fists fall off. Is Endgame harder for White Mage or Black Mage? I think Endgame was harder for Black Mage because the amount of damage that you do with your spells becomes less and less important over time. Whereas the healing is really amazing. Cure 4 is just a gigantic free pile of HP. And you don't have to worry about running out of heal potions. You're doing very similar damage once you've got the Mazmune. Like, those are things which are much easier when you have a White Mage on the team. But I could maybe see an argument that Black Mage, because he gets the fast spell, and... is that really going to make a difference? I don't think so. It's like two fights. You have Tiamat 2 and Chaos, where you get to fast a Mazmune. Before that, physical damage is probably not going to win anything. Lost a blind umpire. Glad you enjoyed the RPG Limit Break run. That was a really fun one to do. I was working with the Axeman for a couple days prior to the run just to find out like what types of commentary they were interested in getting for presenting the Taz there, because it's weird when you have like the gameplay is basically already recorded. The Taz is just gonna play out whatever it does. However, you have to kind of think about what to say for, you know, an hour and a half or so when there is not like any surprises for you about what's gonna happen. But how do you make it kind of interesting for the audience to kind of lead them through the process of building the Taz and what's going on in the game and why the mechanics work the way that they do. So I definitely enjoyed it. Alright, next Ogre Loop here. Level 11, we are basically at level 12 here. If I had not botched the Ogre fight in one spot, we'd be at level 12 right now. So that's essentially one level up per loop around. And we'll probably be like 0.8 of a level, because it'll be harder and harder to get the level ups coming soon, but it's still decent amount of XP every time we do this cycle. Good 2 Ogre start right there. Nice, Dan also pretty easily one-shotting the Ogre there. We should have a better chance of one-shotting him. There's a lot of like 92s and 96s before. And I feel like the extra level up will help with that. Needs more Ogre battling. I don't know how many more black belts I can sacrifice, Samuel. I've already killed 3. I've only got Dan left at this point. Another solo Ogre there. Do I do the Groger fight again? So Groger was moderately painful. That's assuming we get a double Ogre Groger, which is only a 50% chance of happening. Who won Final Fantasy 3? The Season 3 of Fantasy Final Fantasy was won by Pinnock with 201 points. Runic Magus pretty close behind with 195, and Neapolitan Afterglow a little bit further back. But still, in good competitive territory. Is there a March or a Black Queen? There is a Marsh, which is kind of like a March, but smells a lot worse. And our only Black Queen is Dan. We worship him. Good Groger fight there. Yeah, I mean, you're getting so much more XP for that Groger fight than you would for just the regular Ogre fight. But I think I want to just heal up and make sure I take that each time. Going random every single time on bingo has been both fun for me, because it takes away all the pressure about am I biasing anything in the line selection for how I intend to play the game. But at the same time, it's also been very aggravating for probably like 75%, if not more often, starting with a red square. Next ogre fight here. Good double. Need more of these double ogre battles. One tricky iguana here. Remember when the iguanas would just destroy us? Those were the days. A solid hour and a half ago, Mal. Back over to the ogre fights here. It is kind of amazing, like, how much faster the randomizer is. Because it definitely felt like a slow game. Final Fantasy was never a game that felt like it was moving super quickly. But it didn't feel like it was, like, made of molasses, which is what happens after you do a randomizer for a little bit. Like, just the sheer difference in, like, the movement time. You know, you're moving twice as fast, the combat is, like, 3 or 4 times faster. And all the area transitions and things are just instantaneous. That is where you kind of realize what, like, an amazing difference it makes in terms of how you play and approach the game. And I think the reason why I never thought of Final Fantasy as being super slow is because other RPGs of the era, they're pretty similar to speed to this. Like, compare this to a Dragon Warrior game on the NES, and the fights are not resolving much faster. The travel time's pretty much about the same, except for Destiny of an Emperor. Destiny of an Emperor moves about the same as randomizer speed on the overworld. So Capcom could do it, but nobody else. That makes me wonder, is anybody going to do Destiny of an Emperor again at some point? The only 2 people I ever saw speedrun it, and the only person I saw speedrun it live was Feasel. And then ACMLM also did runs of it. I didn't find out that ACMLM ran it until after it had stopped. I think neither of them is ever going to play that game ever again. Which is a shame, because it's really fun. But impossible to do, like, any stream interaction while it's going on, because it's just so complex and fast moving. Okay, about 2,000 more experience to go for level 13. We didn't use up enough of heal potions, so it tends to be worried about having to go and restock them. An interesting lab again. If you find out who it was playing Destiny Emperor, I'd love to see if they're actually interested in doing real speedruns of it. And if any of the strategies have changed over the last 5 years. Like, one of the things I really loved about Destiny Emperor, like, first of all, casual. It is incredibly confusing because there is, you know, like 120 names and all these different places that you need to go, and there's no like map or any guide about where things are. They just say like, go to this province, and it's like, all right, I was there like 6 days ago. Like, I don't really remember where it is, but you kind of try and do your best to figure it out. But like the mechanic system, right, just like how battles work, and the auto battle in particular was really cool for the era. Like, having an auto battle like that was not even like common in the Super Nintendo era. It was more of like a handheld thing, like PSP games. Japanese runners that's active. Interesting. Yeah, I've never seen a Japanese run of Destiny Emperor. I'm assuming that there's no like version differences, but be interesting to find out that as well for how the game works. Like, really, there's not a lot of glitches besides getting the horse a couple times. There's a couple things you can do with quest items because of that, but they're not too significant in how the speedrun works. Yeah, Destiny Emperor is a Three Kingdoms game. So if you know the storyline and you know the geography of China, then you probably have a better time figuring out where to go. Hey there, Jaguar. We're doing some ogre battling, yes. I'm manipulating the encounters to get lots of ogre fights so that we can efficiently level up our black belt here. And once we're level 15 or so, I'm going to try to do a trip through Marsh Cave and give Astos a crack. Astos is going to be either like we kill him or we die in 2 rounds. There's like nothing in between, which will be fun. Let's get this fight here. Oh, Dan won't just try to die. Dan will succeed. There's one thing he can do well, and there isn't. It would be failure. Astos is going to be like, you have to successfully dodge the rub. And with a black belt, it's probably like 50-50 or so. And then you have to successfully dodge the slow 2. I think the slow 2 is way more likely to land, unfortunately. Because I feel like it is got a much higher magic accuracy score, so your defense is just not going to be able to stack up to it for a lot of levels. And as a result, the slow 2, if it hits, you go from your 4 attacks down to 2. Possibly 1, depending on your accuracy on top of that. So it's very, very likely that Astos gets the lit 2, the fire 2 out, and you just get wiped. Could you solo a Tyro? Right now, no. Eventually, yes. Eventually, you can solo Warmech. You can probably one-shot Warmech at level 50 with a black belt. It is gonna be gruesome once we get our grind done. The real grind, not this grind. This is just the practice grind for the grind, for the grind, for the grind, to grind at the other spot where we grind at. But when we finish that grind, then it'll be amazing. Check the experience here. So we need 5,600 for level 14. I might give Astos a go at 14. What is a conservative estimate on time to finish? So it'll probably take conservatively 15 or 16 hours. I think more optimistically 12. And I'm planning to do this in a couple of streams. So I'll do like 5 or 6 hours tonight, and then another 5 or 6 hours on Saturday, if necessary, more time on Sunday. I don't expect it to take more than 3 days. In fact, I expect to have a little bit of time Sunday for some Dragon Warrior 4. But we'll see how it goes. One of the things I've learned is to savor the solo challenge experiences. Because the more I spend on these, the less I have to worry about doing the solo thief. Think Wizard's gonna be worse than Astos? We have a lot of HP. I think that the Crawl, maybe the Ghoulgeist, is gonna be worse than the Wizards. Like, Ice Cave 7 Wizards, that's bad. 2 to 4? That seems pretty doable. Like, you don't have a lot of defense, that's true. But you got 14. That's, about the same as you'd have on a Chainmail Armor, which is what a Red Mage has in the base game. And you do a lot of damage per round. So if you can one-shot a Wizard, worst case like two-shot him, then that's not a ton of attacks to survive. It just feels reasonable. Maybe it's not when I try it. But it feels good. It feels possible. Also, I should probably just toss this Chuck. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to ever have that forever, ever and ever. We are done with weapons. At least equipable ones. We'll get usable stuff like the defense sword at some point. Just to have around. Can you run from Wizards? No. Wizards are an unrunnable formation. Most of the bosses are like that. Well, all the bosses are like that. And as a result of how the game works for encounters, they actually use the same identifier for 2 different formations. And that is why there's a bunch of weird formations that are unrunnable in the base game as well, because it's the backside of like a boss encounter. Why is the loot even an item? What I want to know is, how is the loot in one piece? So what I assume happens is you get the loot in the present, you travel 2,000 years in the past, you leave the loot there, and that's how it gets passed down to Canary Castle. And so the loot is basically infinity years old. And musical instruments not really known for their robustness and longevity. So really that has to be one sturdy loot. Was reusing formations to save space in the cartridge? I don't think for the cartridge, but more just convenience for working with the numbers. So a lot of the manipulation for how math works on a Nintendo is really slow. And you have to do a lot of tricks in order to speed things up to be a reasonable pace at which you can load data and manipulate it in memory. On the cartridge, there's like a little bit of unused space, not a ton. But certainly if you need like another 100 bytes for formation data, you'd have no problem finding space for it. And yeah, the Mystic Key being required, plus the Crown being required, are things that I don't think people realized until we started working on the glitched run, because that was the first time that you could actually sequence break the game. You could maybe have figured out the key was required if you talked to a certain door and discovered that it had a different message, but I don't think anybody would do it, or if they did, nobody noticed. But once we figured out how to sequence break with the 64 staircase glitch, that was the first time you could do things out of order and get to places like ordeals and find out that the chair to teleport actually requires the crown in order to activate. It's like, why would you do that? There is no way you can get here without the crown. Is that our first 200? I believe so. I mean, we're starting to get really good now that we've gotten these levels in. This is why I've been targeting around this point for when it makes sense to do the Marsh Cave trip. GBA does not check to see if you got the loot at the end of the game. Like, GBA forces you to pick up the loot in the beginning. So like, when you kill Garland and take the princess back, you cannot leave that room, because a cutscene will automatically play and give you the loot. So I'm not surprised that they don't bother checking for it later. Whereas in this game, because you have to optionally pick it up, they figured, oh, somebody might actually forget to do it. It's still kind of strange. Like, I agree, like, why even have the item, but it's, I guess, just a whimsical inspiration to give you this thing that doesn't do anything for the entire game, just hauling it around wondering when it's going to be used. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wow, that's a good critical hit. It's been a while since we've been criticaled. It used to be every single battle. At one stretch, I am sure 10 consecutive iguanas, if not more, critical us in the face to kill it. And now the tables have turned. Can you go into the past without the loot? Yes. There's nothing forcing you to get the loot to go into Temple of Fiends. And you can go through the Black Orb without the loot. But then you're stuck, because you can't finish Temple of Fiends, and if you don't have a travel spell, you can't get back out from the past. So that would be kind of bad if you did that. Iguana here, we got one more ogre to go, and I'll see how close we are to level 14 at that point. Strongly considering 14 for the Marsh Cave trip here. 1100 experience to go, that is not bad. 6 ogres, of which we're going to get 1 or 2 right here. We should definitely upgrade. We're going to upgrade right now from Imp's worth of experience to Ogre's worth of experience. We're not deserving of Agamas yet, but one day we will. Hey there, Convo Breaker. We're doing a solo character challenge right now. I have to leave 3 characters dead the whole game. We killed them off before the very first battle. They will never be revived or used or even store anything on them. At least with black belts, you don't have a lot of inventory needs. I'd be okay with storing stuff on them for the other character class challenges. And this is the 3rd one of these that I've did. I've previously done Fighter and Red Mage as well. So now we're doing black belt. We've also done monoclass. I've done all 6 monoclasses. This is the upgraded version of those challenges. Monoclass Thief, definitely the hardest by far. I am not looking forward to Solo Thief. 4 Thieves, it was an adventure. Without class change, mind you. With class change, 4 Thieves was actually not that bad. You have a very rough first 8 hours or so until you get class change, and then the rest of the game goes pretty fast. Solo non-class change is ridiculous. Yep, solo can be done. You can beat the game with any party combination, even a unclass changed thief. It's just really, really hard. Biggest thing about the solo thief is that you have to get perfect level ups, so you reset until your level up comes out with exactly the stats that you need. And so in addition to this grind, which already takes a while, imagine that every time you got close to a level up, you had to go back to an inn and then try like 10 times to get perfect stats, and then you could do the process again. And on top of that, your character class is terrible. Yeah, I would agree, Jaguar. After class change, for pretty much any combination of characters, the game speeds up a lot. Because you weren't meant to find class change until pretty late. The only hint about it is in the town of Anrak, which is right before you're going to kill Kraken. So you're kind of expected to not kind of get the message until after you do the Sea Shrine. But I feel like now that people know where it is, and, you know, the quest is understood, you just got to look at how to do it. That instead of being, you know, very late getting class change, you get class change much earlier. And so it makes, like, the Sea Shrine part, Gurgu Volcano, if you decide to class change before Gurgu, much, much easier as a result. And so those dungeons become very fast instead of really, really long and extended affairs. Yeah, the level cap is level 50, and for a thief, you're not even going to hit 999 HP. Black Belt guarantees 999. Fighter doesn't guarantee it, but it's be pretty unlikely that you wouldn't get 999 for a fighter at level 50. And most of the other character classes, like White Mage, Red Mage, Thief are probably going to be about 750, and Black Mage about 500. For HP. So there's already like room to grow still on hit points if you were to consider the level cap. And for like strength, Thief is just like amazingly weak. So they have such a big problem doing damage with their meager weapons that having more strength points would be a huge benefit. But no. Instead, you get perfect level up so that you get a strength level up every single time to 50, and a vitality level up every single time to 50, so that both your HP and strength are decent. Otherwise, you're gonna be unable to beat the Fiend refights in Temple of Fiends. Are there stat differences after class change? So spells and equipment are the things that you can improve on. You know, some character classes get more spells or get spells for the first time. You can equip gear that you couldn't before. Statistically, everybody except for the Black Belt is the same before and after class change. The Black Belt actually gets worse after class change. Right now I'm getting 4 points of magic defense every level up, and after class change you only get 1 point with the Black Belt. So this is the only character class where class changing is a deficit, and it's the only one that also affects your stats. Alright, we hit level 14. Let's go ahead. Grab our heal potions again, pick up some more pures, maybe some more tents, and We're going to give Marsh Cave a try. I want to see how it does at 14. If we're not good enough to beat Marsh Cave now, then we can always pick up another couple levels pretty easily. It's looking like 15 minutes per level tops at this point, which is not too bad. We were spending like 30 minutes per level up when we were first struggling to get our bearings here. So all the extra offense of the black belt has really improved things quite a bit. But the big things. Undead monsters and paralysis is probably the scariest part here. The second scariest part is the wizards. And the wizards are going to be problematic because they hit really hard. Undead are problematic because of paralysis. And there's nothing really good that you can do if you're paralyzed with a solo character. You just gotta suck it up and probably tank a lot of turns or reset if necessary. Ogre battle tentatively over. We may come back for some more ogres here. But I think that was a good ogre battling session. Is paralysis an instant loss? No, you have a 1 in 4 chance every round of waking up. But think about it, 1 in 4. And all the monsters are attacking just you every single turn. So you're taking a ton of damage. Are you going to survive 2 rounds? At most, maybe? So you either get lucky, or you probably just get beaten down. Bring on the weakest ogres, not until Earth Cave. No wizards ogres until then. Just plain old regular wizards. The less good kind. Wizard at least has spells. He's an ogre magi in Dungeons & Dragons, whereas Wizard is a Pisker Demon, who is not a spellcaster, despite what the name might imply. Refuse to lose cheering on your monsters. It's okay. This is a reward for you all, after Final Fantasy Season 3 was done. So you can still live vicariously through your team right now. Also, at level 14 here, pretty much perfect running. It's not going to be 100% because you have a dead character in the party below where the person running is. And that's going to probably knock you down about like 75% or so. But this will be like pretty much the cap for running overall. You get slightly better at level 15. But we're almost there. Alright, Geist was scary. He's got paralysis, another one of those early undead fights. Let's drop our tent down. I'm gonna go... Do I want to go in at my normal time for speed running, or do I want to go to a different spot? Let me check some of these out here. Shadow I don't really care about. It's slow, but not really dangerous. Bone Crawl is going to be the worst. Our Bone Crawl. Basically the same thing. Yeah, I think we want to go early. So here's the plan. We're going in. We're going down. I have a Bone Crawl pretty much close to the beginning. It's the second fight on the second floor. If we're still up here, we get Geist instead. Or a Zombie Ghoul, sorry. We don't have Geist inside this yet. And overall, we'll see how this plays out. So will we get Ghoul? Or will we get Crawl instead? Ghoul it is. Oh, triple Ghoul and an ambush. Try again. Crawl is scary, but it's 0 to 2 in the Bone Crawl version of the formation. So you can get lucky and have them not show up. It's a question of, do you want 2 crawls? Potentially. but also potentially a shot at 0? Or would you rather have 1 crawl guaranteed? And the 2 versions of formations give you that choice. And paralyzed. Dan's up. Gotta survive 1 more ghoul hit this round. Try again. So they got the 1 and 4 and out there. We just need to outspeed them is the big thing. Problem is, Crawl is not going to give you that luxury of not being paralyzed. He's got 8 attacks, so if you get hit by the Crawl, you are definitely getting stunned. So with the Peninsula Power grind, we would struggle Peninsula Power monsters. Like, as good as we're doing against, like, the ogres and things, we were nowhere close to being able to take on the Zomble pack or the Giants, I think, at this point. Poisonous party mix up. Oh, that was poisonous party mix on that floor. This will be werewolves instead, it looks like. Interesting. That's not a problem. We got plenty of pures. Then Gargoyle, Gargoyle, Scorpion. Those all seem decent. I'm going to stay down here to avoid the Bone Crawl. I have to get off this floor in 4 battles. That is basically what I am seeing. If we are not done in 4 battles, we have a problem. Hello, Matt. Alright, Wizard Fight try number 1. It is 2 wizards. Good start. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, wizards not as big deal. Like, if we get good turner like this, easy. I can see why 4 wizards would be a problem. 2 is no problem. 3 is maybe doable. Unfortunately, that is just the first part of the dungeon here. We gotta get back out. Again, we're on a race before that Arbone Crawl formation shows up. Alright, I'm not too worried about Arbone now. At least not this Arbone. There's several Arbones in the near future. This is Scorpion. That's fine. Poisonous party mix here. What I don't know is how many steps do I have on the next floor. We have 1 fight of safety. And then an unpleasant series of fights after that. In fact, ooh, both second and first floors are bad. We're gonna get a lot of crawls on the way out. This could get ugly. I think we might, in the future, want to delay a lot of battles so that we don't do this stretch, which you are about to see. Gotta hope for good luck on the crawl fights. That's our 1 free battle. And I don't know how long I can go. So, we'll either get crawled or we will get mauled. One of the 2. Double crawl, that's not good. Come on, Dan. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. Dan's paralyzed. So he has to wake up at the end of the round. And then he has to go before the monsters. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. Go, Dan. No. Time to just hope. Gotta hope this works out. He had 2 shots at it, which is more than I expected. But he did not outspeed either time. Got a shot here. Still paralyzed. Has a shot here. Still paralyzed. Still paralyzed. This is the easier version. Our bone would be hitting me a lot harder. So we wouldn't have as many rounds to try this, but we would have only one crawl. Oh, crawl runs at 14. Very low probability, but intriguing. That improves our odds considerably. Only one crawl to deal with now. But Dan is still paralyzed. It's been like 7 turns. He's getting super unlucky on this paralysis check. Still paralyzed. That might have been his last chance. I'm not sure if he gets to try again. Nope. Never even snapped out of it, which was way beyond what I expected there. Let's keep where we are in the encounter cycle and see if now we have a better path through there. So we'll start with a shadow fight, which is fine. It's okay. Dan will get this eventually, or he'll die trying. Or he'll die trying to die. Which I think saves him. I think if you die trying to die, then you immediately succeed. Poisonous party mix here is fine. Scum next on this floor, which is also fine. If we get downstairs, we get gargoyle. Yeah, this is looking like a better stretch. There's still a bunch of crawl business lurking around here, but it's a little bit more spread out, and I might have a chance to get between some of the battles. Question is, will we survive the wizards this time? We got a lucky break with the wizards the first try. We may not be so fortunate the second time. Okay, poisonous party mix there. Looks like we need to do a little bit of delaying before we go upstairs. Poke my head in there and say, I don't really want any of the iron armor stuff you got for the fighter. Just leave that alone. Head down to the wizard battle and let's see what the wizards look like. Try number 2. Another 2 wizard pack. This is good. We don't get good turn order this time, but maybe we don't need it. As long as we can punch the first wizard in that round, then we are good to go. I've played this game literally every day. No, I've actually done a lot of different speedruns, although I've done quite a bit of Final Fantasy in the past. So there's much that we can talk about. Much that we can discuss. And also many times that we can be punched. Gargoyle Muck. And then Arachnid down here. Those are all fine. Like, this floor is fine. You might get some damage, you might get some poison, but you're not going to get paralyzed, which is the important part. Question is, do I want to pop up now? Well, after the 2 fights. I'm definitely doing 2 more fights here. That gets rid of a regular crawl fight. This gets rid of the Arbone crawl fight. Now I must consult. Do I want to stay here or go? So a risky one across there on second floor. One scorpion fight, that's okay, then a crawl fight, which is not. And on the first floor you get a shadow and then zombie ghoul. I don't think we want that. I think we want to wait. We're going to delay a couple battles here to see if we get a better trip back out. So scorpion, muck, gargoyle, muck, and then I think we can go. Ghoul is scary, but you have less chance to get paralyzed per hit. You can be hit by a ghoul and not be paralyzed, whereas a crawl, almost 100%. It's not 100% because you're actually going to dodge a lot of attacks, thanks to your complete lack of armor. But ghoul is going to be much more frequent that it happens. Question is, do I want to take 2 ghoul fights or not? I really don't, but I'll see what happens. Gargoyle here, and then muck's the next one. That's the one we go after. If there's one thing that we've learned, it's that a lack of pants immediately improves your stats by at least 50%. Both Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior taught us that well. Hey there, Marcus, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. We are trying to get a crown out of the Marsh Cave, and it is a tough thing with a solo black belt here. Let's see if this is the time that we can sneak our way back up the second floor. Hey there, Maria, welcome in as well. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here tonight. Scorpion's fine, they do a lot of damage, but we should be able to survive this. Should survive. Please run, Dan. Please run. Hello, Matt. I don't want to take extra steps because there's just plenty of ghoul fights coming up otherwise. Let's get off of this floor. Good. So that turned a ghoul into a shadow. Next one's going to be a ghoul, no question about that. But if we can get out of the cave before the next fight, then we're totally good. If we can't, hope that it's a good ghoul battle. Hope that this is good. 4 ghouls. This is not good. This is not good. Dan's out of there. Dan is out of there. That's our last unrunnable or unclearly winnable because of the intense amount of paralysis. So we have done the Marsh Cave. We have made it through. Now we get to try to see if we can take on Astos. Oh, sorry to hear that, Myriad, that you missed the volunteer signups. It's at the same time as game submissions now, because like everything's kind of been moved forward to just one period, rather than have like game submissions and then a couple months later that hotels open up and things. It's all like, here's one burst for signups, and then here's one burst for like registering and getting rooms and stuff. But hopefully you can still come out and hang out with us. Now that we're in tropical Orlando for Awesome Games Done Quick. This will be our first experience of that new hotel down there. The biggest thing I'm looking forward to for AGDQ is that finally you'll be able to go outside without dying. Unlike being in Maryland in the winter. And it's 2,000 below zero. It's been announced when tickets go on sale. I believe the registration date has been announced, but I don't know if officially it has been, so check the website. Whatever the website says is good. $40 damage, we can do this, don't get rubbed. Rub was ineffective. Don't get slowed. Dan got slowed. I don't know how it's even possible for Dan to lose intelligence, but he's doing it. He managed to do it. And now we're basically boned. We have Fire 2 coming, Lit 2 coming, then Astos swings around a whole bunch of really aggressive spells. This is what Slow is doing to us. We went from doing 50 damage to very little. Still a chance, though. Still a chance. He's got a ways to go before his next big damage spell. And we got him. Astos, sub 5 hours with our black belt, has been defeated. That's pretty good. That opens up some new areas to get to. For the black belt, it doesn't really make a difference because we don't need any of the stuff that's for sale there. For other characters, beating Astos is huge. Like for the caster classes, you're getting new spells, you're getting the silver bracelets for the first time, you get some... I guess you don't really get new weapons for the fighter because Silver Sword in NES version sold in Elfland. In the remakes, you can't get Silver Sword until after you beat Astos, so that's another one where it's important. And for the Thief, you finally get anything. You'll upgrade from that scimitar that you've had for the last 20 hours that you've been grinding ogres, and you go all the way to the Rune Sword. Is the Black Belt the worst? No, the Thief is the worst. The Black Belt starts bad, but he gets really good by the end. The Thief will start bad and get worse over time. You'll think it's impossible for it to be any worse, but no. It is worse every single minute. Go ahead and restock on heal potions here. We should have plenty of tents, and I've learned my lesson from my last solo character challenge. Don't buy soft potions. There is no point. It was something I didn't think about until I did the first solo character challenge, is that if you only have one character and you get petrified, it's a game over. There is no way to unpetrify, or at least no point in doing it. And so I had to sit there with a soft potion in my inventory the entire time taunting me. Never to be ever used, because there's no way to drop or sell items in this game. You could only purchase them. And it was a permanent reminder of Dan's complete incompetence. There we go. Alright, so for experience, we need 2100 for the next level up. I would like to see how feasible Earth Cave grinding is going to be. And I got two ideas for Earth Cave grinding. There's the Earth Elemental, and then there is the Hall of Giants. You can get Trap Tile for Earth Elemental and Trap Tile for Giants, so they're both the same in terms of getting the monsters. I don't know if we can beat either of those monsters consistently right now, or at least not without having to use a dozen heal potions per fight. But I'd like to know, because that would be really fast grinding overall. If we have to do Grogers and Hyenas, it'll be a much longer process. Guess we could do like Trolls and Bulls at Crescent. But I have to skip Cobra Scorpion. That would be less fun. That's right. We got some questing to do. Let's go ahead, turn to Matoya's Crystal here. We got the herb to take back down to the Prince. You won't even believe this, but it's not even randomized. Is this a Street Fighter reference for Dan? Sadly, no. Our Dan is way less competent than that. We have a character known throughout the world as Dan, who is a mainstay in our Final Fantasy speedruns. And for some reason, it seems like he always dies. And I won't say that it is not intentional, because there may be a lack of ribbons that causes Dan's downfall. But in addition to that, when I switched over to doing a 3-character party for the any% speedrun, you have to pick somebody that is going to die at the start, and that also was traditionally Dan. And so, no matter which version you play, whether it was the 4-character party, the 3-character party, doing single segment runs, Dan was most likely dead at least a solid 50% of the time. And it's kept going. It's gone in other games. We've tried naming characters Dan throughout a variety of RPGs as well as action games, and invariably, it leads to certain doom and destruction. Swords and Serpents also has Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan, but I think that Swords and Serpents is so broken that it's hard to tell if Dan is doing better or worse than the other characters. Swords and Serpents is basically you mash buttons and hope that things randomly happen. It's literally how the speedrun goes. Is Danning from this? Yes. Danning comes from the 3-character party for any% speedruns. Someone is gonna die, it's probably Dan until it isn't. It turns out, if it's not Dan right away, it'll be Dan eventually. If it's not just Dan, it's probably everyone that's dying. And there is the Prince of Elfland and the Mystic Key, which doesn't really get us much. We'll go ahead and pick up the TNT. You would normally get like a whole bunch of items at this point, trying to get cash and things, but the Black Belt lives a very simple lifestyle. You need very few things to make the Black Belt happy. And all of them involve punching. Oh hey, it's Dream, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. He also requires a certain color of belt, that is true. Although if you look very close, you'll discover the Black Belt's belt is not actually black. But instead, he's not wearing pants. That is the horrible truth. So don't look too closely. Look very far away if you can. Down around here, we're going to grab our TNT. And that is it. From Canaria Castle to the dwarves for the canal. And on to my nemesis, the town of Melmond. Again, I do want to do a little experiment to see if we can grind Earth Cave. My backup strategy, if we can't grind Earth Cave, as in both Hollow Giants and Earth Elemental is not really conducive to the Black Belt fighting, then what we will do instead is grind at Crescent Lake. And we'll do the Trolls and Bulls and Peeds, and maybe the Giants there. But that sounds almost certainly better than Hollow Giants. I have to walk around a bit in order to get the fights at Crescent Lake. But everything else about that statement seems like a much, much nicer path. You probably get better fights, because Troll is going to do a lot less damage than a Giant or an Earth Elemental will. Experience is pretty good still. You got an inn right there, so no worry about having to use heal potions or saving your game a ton. That might be the smarter way to go, rather than try and visit Melmond here. Melmond is the best mod, not even in the top 15 mods. If you put together a book of all the mods in the world and randomly flip to a page, it would be almost certainly 1,000 times better than Melmond is. And one dwarf brutally murdered. Don't worry. I will murder the rest of them as well to keep the witnesses silent. That's right, dwarves. Your days are numbered. In fact, I don't think we ever need to come back here again. Their days might be totally gone. That might be our only trip to the dwarf cave this game. We certainly don't need the Excalibur. And there's nothing inside there that would help me out, with cash being no real obstacle for the black belt at any point from this moment onward. Good, sharks are fine. The ones we don't want to see are the odd-eye, which normally is a very easy and non-offensive fight. But when you only have one character, the odd-eye is actually deadly. He does nothing but cast single target paralysis every single round. So once you get locked down, you are going to get really locked down there. This is trying our strategy out of a grind at Melmond being canceled. Melmond is canceled. Instead, we're going to do our grind at Crescent Lake till we feel like we are ready for the Earth Cave. I can't get the canoe yet. Canoe does require that you kill Lich in the base game. This is a flag that you could set in the randomizer to get the canoe early. But in real Final Fantasy, you gotta beat the Fiend in order to get your transportation item. Ooh, 160. This seems doable. It seems like a big damage race. And we might be losing the damage race, but it feels like we could do this. Gonna outspeed Giant this next turn. Come on, Dan. We got him. See, that is not bad. Very good experience as well. We're up to 300 imps worth of experience. 600 imps would be pretty impressive on top of that. But 300's not bad. Troll should be pretty good if we can do Giant. Remember the days when we struggled to beat an imp, or an iguana, or a wolf, or really anything? Those days are possibly behind us. We got some really serious upgrades to our fists just from the last couple of level ups. And I think, ooh, this could be tough. I think that if we had full health, we'd have a pretty good shot at this. Being already damaged at the start makes it very dubious. Dan, though, dubious, one of his many middle names. 5 hit points. You got this, Dan, you got this. He doesn't have it. He does not have it. It's okay, Dan. You can take your frustrations out on the Pede. Pede's actually a great experience, more so than these other monsters here, but the big problem with the Pede is that they're tough to kill, and in large packs of 4, you'd have a really hard time taking them out in this situation. But again, good XP. 6,000 to go. See if we get one more fight along the way, or if we are done with encounters here. We don't want Cobra Scorpion, but everything else is fine. And it looks like we're done. We are done. Do I class change in this category? No. Black Belt actually gets worthless class change, so there's no point. But on top of that, I'm doing all the solo character challenges without class change. So we didn't class change the fighter. We didn't class change the red mage. We're not going to class change the black belt. I hope that we don't play the thief. But if we do, we're going to try it without class change. I might break down for class change with white mage, black mage, thief if we do those. They seem like they're going to be a lot more of a struggle without that. little bit of healing there. We'll go ahead to our in trip. Now, do I want to be at the beginning of the encounter cycle for Crescent Lake? Do I even have Crescent Lake monsters listed anywhere? I do. That's a lot of Cobra Scorpions in a row. I might be better just wherever I end up. Okay, I got a plan. So there's a lot of junk at the start of Crescent Lake area. But once I get past like the first 15 battles or so, there's a really good stretch, and I want to be in that stretch for working on getting XP here. So you'll see me popping it out of the inns quite frequently anyway. And on top of that, I'll be able to skip past encounters that I don't want, which will be a lot at the start. But eventually, it will calm down. Good stretch here. We got 4 monsters in a row we can do. I don't know how doable the Trollable is, but we can at least try it. And he didn't bring any friends, so that's good. He pushed us really hard in the face, so that's not good. It started out nice, and quickly got significantly downhill. We have one chance, Dan. One chance. Outspeed him. Beautiful. So beautiful. This is why Peninsula Power is not really possible right now. Peninsula Power is basically these monsters, but like twice as many. Okay, 100 for a troll. Let's see if we get a good setup here. That seems reasonable. As long as we don't get hit for 46 or more, we're good here. 47, Dan! How do you do that? How do you achieve such perfection at failing? Feels weird watching this after the randomizer. It's certainly a lot slower. You feel that quite a lot when you play it, but I get used to it pretty quickly. Like within 5 or 10 minutes, I wasn't getting this disorienting feeling of moving at a different speed than I was expecting. Mainly the menus are the big thing. Like it takes me a little bit of time to readjust to the menu speed so that I'm getting the purchases as quickly as possible. But once I do that, it's not too bad. All right, looking pretty good there. Got our big sequence of encounters that we don't want now. 4 consecutive Cobra Scorpion fights here. It doesn't matter where we walk, we just need to get anywhere that has encounters. Two down. Three down. And 4. Alright, so past those. Next up, the Peds. We got lucky with 1 Ped. If we get 2, maybe we can take it. If we get 3 or 4, we're probably in trouble. 3, let's see what happens. Poison's fine. It's only a little bit of extra damage per round. Big thing is how hard they're hitting. Yeah, I don't think we can make it with 3. We would need a lot of dodges to get this through. Alright, so Pede probably on the small side we can do, but not the big ones. We got Troll Bull and then another troll fight after that. We'll see what happens. I think this one's also pretty much lost cause. We could have one-shot the first troll. Maybe we take that. But not yet, not yet. There you go, 1 troll, that's fine. That I can deal with. And still much more experience than we were getting in the earlier parts, so 1 troll is 103 imps worth of experience, which is 3 ogres worth of experience for comparison. And it takes about as long to kill that 1 troll as it does to kill an ogre in Puroka, so that's how much faster you can start getting experience at this point. Okay, that one's done. Back to another Pede fight. Pede Troll Giant sequence here. How much is this in Agamas? Well, we're actually getting into the territory where Agamas are a reasonable discussion to have. Like previously when we were at Imps, Imp is 0.0024 Agamas worth of experience. That's not a lot. It is hard to measure things in those micro cents. Pede, he's a little bit less than 0.5 Agamas. Let's give him 0.45 for his number. So if you get that full Pede formation, all 4 Pedes are there, that's a 1.8 Agama fight. That's incredible for this area of the world, and also very difficult. Troll's kind of like a quarter of an Agama. Not as good in comparison, but still decent. Yeah, no fantasy. We're only doing fantasy when we are going to be testing Season 4 features. Aside from those test nights, we'll be taking a little bit of a break from fantasy Final Fantasy for a bit. Doing regular Final Fantasy instead, as well as plenty more Dragon Warrior. But has earned a vacation. It turns out Dan just spilled a whole bunch of juice in the computer. Alright, those are bad rolls, so unfortunately this giant fight might not work out. We should be able to do this in 2 rounds, but I feel like it's a stretch. Gotta have Dan go first here, and he doesn't. Alright, so we lose the giant fight. That's okay. We have 1 more Cobra Scorpion, and then a long, long stretch of good ones. And I'll probably go until probably about 5.5 hours on the timer for our playthrough tonight. Feels like a reasonable spot to call it for the evening here. So we do a bit of a grind, try to get our levels up for Earth Cave, and then probably pick up the grind here as well as our Earth Cave adventures on Saturday. I'm glad you enjoyed Season 3 there, Soundhound. We've got a lot of plans for Season 4. I don't know how many of those plans I'll be able to actually get done before people are clamoring for more fantasy, Final Fantasy, but I'm going to do as much as I can. No, Dan! Oh well. Lost all that beautiful bull experience. It's okay, Dan. You can get another one. We will get you a fresh bull. Will monsters cost the same in Season 4? No. In between the seasons, I always rebalance things. So what I'll do is, in addition to the test games, At some point prior to Season 4, we'll have an announcement of this is what all the monsters cost. You'll have a couple days at least to get new teams in or try out new team concepts for a bit. At least 2 or 3 practice nights with the final values in place as well. Everything is done with like a lot of notice for what the event is going to be like for the new season. Because this one's going to be a little bit interesting for the way that it's going to be run. I'm planning to do single segment speedruns as well as randomizer. Like one of the big new things I have to work on is finding out some way that you can have multiple teams so that you're not forced to use the same set of monsters for both game types. And that's going to be like a really tricky thing to like figure out how you talk about which team are you setting when you pick monsters and things like that. And also probably figure out how do you fit all that information on the screen. Alright, Dan Cat's going to have their value go up. The single segment route, there is a newer route than the one I did the last time I played single segment that I believe does not have the man-cats and ordeals. It still has a lot of tough stuff in it, and it might even be harder pre-Marsh Cave than my route was. But I believe that if you make it past the Lich, you have a much better chance of finishing than the route that I was using. The route that I was using was impossible to start. Like, it was really, really, really hard. And then you had to survive the wizards, which was tough. Survive Astos, which is also kind of hard. Lich was really a big gatekeeper with his ice too. And then you had to survive ordeals for the man-cats. Ice Cave was kind of so-so, like you could usually survive it. And then once you're past the Ice Cave, you're kind of home free. So like I always called it as the big gatekeepers were pre-Marsh Cave, Lich, and then man-cats. And it might be with this new route that the man-cats are not as big of a gatekeeper. And so ordeals moves down to like Ice Cave level territory where you might lose 10% of runs, but you're not going to be like 50-50 getting through it. A little bit currently not enough. We're working on getting to level 18 probably from level 16 right now. I don't know if I want to go to 6 attacks, which would be, I think, level 21 with the black belt. I can actually check the status screen here. We're 50 hit percent right now. We need 15% more. Yeah, level 21 would be where we get 6 attacks per round. And at that point, Lich is almost certainly trivial. But I feel like we can probably beat him beforehand and be able to grind on more efficient monsters than these once we are past Lich. Like if I can get past the Lich one, then it really comes down to, do I want to do a Agama grind right away? Do I want to do ordeals to grab the Zeus Gauntlet? Definitely not do an Ice Cave first. But you can make an argument for whether you do a grind first or whether you try to zip through ordeals and have a weapon that you could actually use in Ice Cave, which is the Zeus Gauntlet. I'll probably lean towards doing ordeals first, but we'll figure out a lot of those details on Saturday. The funny thing is, I don't think the man-cats were actually that bad. Like, we did a complete analysis of every possible value for the RNG. Walking into the man-cat fight, what's going to happen? And the outcome was like, you've got a 75% chance of getting through ordeals. The thing is that, in addition to the 25% chance of just dying in the fight, you often get maimed. Like, 1 or 2 characters are going to die, and you can still probably try and finish. But what really kind of hurt about it was that you had to do so much to get there. Like, it was already like 1 out of every 50 runs was getting to ordeals, so losing there was just really, really painful. And I think that probably won't change too much about how hard is it to get to that point, but it'll be a little bit more confidence about walking through it. And that's kind of the difference for like how you approach the run. Is whether you're terrified every step of the way, or if you feel like you can focus on execution and make sure that you're not making walking mistakes or any bad decisions about the individual fights. That's actually one of the things I feel for Dragon Warrior 4. Is there are certain places where you're terrified every step, like most of Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and the Lighthouse in Chapter 5. Maybe the Magic Key Cave in Chapter 4. But for a large part of it, you don't really have fear. It's either, this is probably not going to be that deadly of an encounter, we just have to run away from a bunch of things. Or it's going to be, this is deadly, but I saved right beforehand, and I might lose 1 or 2 minutes, but that's not a big deal in a 7-hour speedrun. So Dragon Warrior 4 has a lot of stretches where you're just having fun doing it. Nice level 17 there. Keep at it, Dan. I have no idea where I'm in the encounter cycle right now. I've done a lot of fights. Eventually there's going to be Peed, which I don't know if we've seen that yet. Troll Bull. Alright, that was a bad ambush. Let's see if it's Troll Bull. In this case, we actually have one Cobra Scorpion here. Which will be our first Cobra Scorpion in a while. Yes, I think that's this one. We're gonna skip the next battle and then another decent-sized stretch of real encounters. These went a lot faster than I expected. Just kind of how quickly we whip through. 5 or 10 encounters here. Not really having to even pay attention to the amount of damage that you're doing. Like, you're getting through the fight so fast, it's like 1 or 2 punches and it's over. Very different character than what we had earlier in the game. In the beginning, especially when we first got to Provoca, every single battle was like an epic poem to Dan's futility. Hey there, Simply Jeff. Internet problems suck, I agree with this. I am still upset about my internet problems. I had the most stable internet, like for probably like 4 or 5 years. There was like one outage that I can remember with this internet service. And then, evidently there's a box in the outside of your house that can break. And when that broke, it was just down for a week until they could get somebody to fix it. And then once it was fixed, I started having like once or twice a week 5 or 10 minute outages. And it's not at all important to have a 5 or 10 minute outage when you are just browsing the internet. When you're doing something like streaming, it's incredibly frustrating to get those at random. Thankfully, it's been pretty good the last couple of weeks, but I'm still like very worried about the quality of service sometimes. Not gonna take that. I will take the troll fight. Troll Bull, Peed Giant coming up. Starting to enjoy the double trolls more than before. Yeah, those are getting really good now. I think I'm going to upgrade my desired target from 1 to 2. I don't know if I want 3 here yet, but 2 is definitely good. 25% chance each of 1, 2, 3, or 4. Is that true? There'll be 1 in 6 chance of 1. 1 in 6 chance of 4. And I guess 2 in 6 chance of 2 or 3. Because Troll and Bull are rolled independently. I'd be happy if replacing the box had made things better. My problem is replacing the box made things worse. And so evidently I've been spoiled by having like super rock solid internet for just like nothing outage wise, no slowdowns, anything. Still have no slowdowns, but in terms of outages it was worse. My only regret. Not burning that box when I found out that it contained gigantic chunks of Melmont. The funny thing is, there's actually a fix for the old box, so they didn't have to replace it. But the company that makes the box evidently charges a lot of money to apply the fix, and it's cheaper to buy a new box than to repair the old one, even though it's only a couple of years old. And everybody's saying this is stupid. But for some reason, the company just charges that much for the fix cost on it. Alright, so there's our giant fight. I would say we're getting pretty close to the end of the stream here. Let's see if we can skip past a couple more battles, get one more good pile of monsters, and find a nice and convenient place to wrap this up. Let's say we get level 18. Yeah, let's go for level 18 here. That'll be our target to finish it up. 18 might be enough to do Lich. Certainly it's pretty easy to get another 2 or 3 levels here. That's probably about where the diminishing returns set in. I think if you're level 21, 22, you'd have a much slower time getting these level ups at the Crescent Lake area. But I feel like you can get another 2 levels, no problem. That might be our path forward. Get level 18, call it a night, pick up again on Saturday. Grab a little bit of leveling at the start so that people can come in without missing the Earth Cave. Do the Earth Cave, Ordeals, Ice Cave, Gurgu complex there, and then power level until Dan's fists fall off. Too giant, but first strike there helps. Gonna say if it was a bad setup, I'd run away at the start of this. Make sure I got my first 2 giant kill recorded. That is correct, Zinman42. You have to finish the Earth Cave before you get the canoe. But I'm just hanging out here right now and fighting the monsters in this area because you get much better experience here than you do around Melmont. And I feel like you also get much better experience here than you would in Earth Cave. You can do Hollow Giants or the Trap Tile with the Earth Elemental on them. But this is really nice to be able to go to the inn and recover instead of having to purchase and use dozens of heal potions. So I think this is saving me time even though it's more of a gap in between the fights. And we'll come back here after Lich is dead to actually get our canoe. There we go. Alright, so there was level 18. I got class change to Dan once he reaches level 50. I think that would be in violation of our spirit, which is to do no class change.